Section 1. The nuclear poison running through Springfield's veins. Let's start with what should be the most obvious thing in the show. Something hiding in plain sight across every single season, in the background of nearly every establishing shot, looming over Springfield the way a shadow looms over everything it touches. The cooling towers. Two massive concrete structures sitting on the edge of town, always slightly cracked, always venting something into the sky. The Springfield nuclear power plant. Homer's workplace. The thing that powers every light in town. The thing that Burns built his empire on. The thing that the show treats as background scenery, a joke, a detail. But what if it's the most important thing in the entire show? What if everything weird, everything wrong, everything that makes Springfield feel slightly off from the real world, the yellow skin, the four fingers, the ageless children, the impossible recoveries, the collective amnesia? What if all of it traces back to that one building, and what it has been leaking into the air and the water for 36 years? The Springfield nuclear power plant is a 2-unit pressurized water reactor. It is owned and operated by Charles Montgomery Burns. It provides electrical power for the entire town of Springfield. And by any reasonable standard you care to apply, it is one of the most dangerous industrial facilities ever depicted in fiction. A surprise safety inspection found 342 violations. Think about that number for a moment. Not 3, not a dozen, 342 separate violations of nuclear safety protocol. The estimated cost to bring the plant up to code was $56 million. Burns is a billionaire many times over. He refused to spend it. And the violations are not administrative paperwork issues. We are talking about radioactive waste being dumped directly into bodies of water. Radioactive waste being dumped onto the playground of Springfield Elementary, where children eat lunch and play every single day. Plutonium being used as a paperweight on somebody's desk. Cooling towers patched with chewing gum. Luminescent rats running through the walls of an active reactor facility. The show mentions human skeletons in the basement and then moves on. Just casually drops that there are unidentified human remains inside a working nuclear power plant and treats it like a detail not worth investigating. Nobody asks who those people were. Nobody asks how they died. The safety inspector reads the report, shrugs, and the episode continues. That safety inspector is Homer Simpson. Homer's own creator, Matt Groening, has stated that Homer has an IQ of 55. The show itself reveals in a later season that Homer spent most of his childhood, adolescence, and adult life with a crayon physically lodged in his brain, reducing his cognitive function through direct mechanical interference with his neural tissue. This is the man responsible for preventing a nuclear catastrophe in a town of tens of thousands of people. He has slept at his workstation. He has eaten donuts during meltdown warnings. He once threw a donut into the reactor core to see what would happen to it. He has caused incidents through sheer inattention that should have resulted in federal investigations. And he has been doing this for over 3 decades, every single day, because Burns needs him there. We will come back to why Burns specifically needs Homer in that chair. Because it is not an accident. It is strategy. But first, the fish. In Season 2, a fisherman pulls a 3-eyed fish from the river near the power plant. The fish, named Blinky, becomes national news within the show. A gubernatorial candidate uses Blinky as evidence that Burns is poisoning the local environment. Burns is eventually forced to eat the fish on live television to prove it is harmless. He chokes it down in front of cameras, the crowd watches, and then the whole story evaporates. Nobody runs a follow-up study. Nobody tests the river water. Nobody asks the question that is sitting right there in the open. If radiation from the plant gave a fish a third eye, what has that same radiation been doing to the people drinking from the same water source? That question never gets asked in Springfield. And that silence is worth paying attention to. The answer starts to take shape in Season 8 in an episode called The Springfield Files. Homer sees a glowing figure in the woods near town and immediately assumes it is an alien. The entire town panics. FBI agents are called in. The episode builds toward a dramatic reveal, and when the truth comes out, the figure in the woods is not an alien. It is Mr. Burns. Burns undergoes a weekly medical treatment so extreme, so saturated with chemicals and controlled radiation, that it causes his body to emit a visible green glow. The treatments keep him alive for exactly 1 more week. Without them, he dies. After each session, Burns wanders out of the facility in a dazed, euphoric state and stumbles through the forest like something from another world, literally glowing in the dark. The people of Springfield see this, and their first instinct is extraterrestrial life. Not radiation, not the cracked cooling towers dominating their skyline. An alien from outer space. That is the depth of the denial. They are so conditioned to ignore the obvious explanation that their minds leap immediately to the impossible one. Then, the Simpsons movie happens, and the evidence becomes impossible to dismiss. Springfield's environmental contamination reaches a point so catastrophic that the Environmental Protection Agency, a real federal agency operating inside the show's universe, determines that the town must be physically sealed under a glass dome to prevent its pollution from spreading to the rest of the country. The United States government looks at Springfield, surveys the damage, runs the numbers, and concludes that the only viable solution is containment. The entire town is classified as an environmental hazard. The residents are sealed inside with every toxin they have been absorbing for decades. Now, look at those residents up close. Homer Simpson has a skull shape that defies normal human anatomy. He has 4 fingers on each hand. His eyes bulge. His overbite is severe. His IQ qualifies as a clinical disability. His body absorbs punishment that would kill any normal person. He has been shot, electrocuted, fallen off cliffs, struck by cars, survived explosions, and walked away from all of it. His healing rate is not merely fast, it is physically implausible. His pain tolerance is not just high, it is inhuman. Marge Simpson has the same bulging eyes, the same 4 fingers, and hair that grows straight upward in defiance of gravity, maintaining the exact same shape for 36 years without structural support. Their 3 children, all born in Springfield, all raised in Springfield, all drinking the same water and breathing the same air, share these same physical traits. Spiky hair that holds its shape without product, overbites, bulging eyes, the yellow skin that covers every single resident of this town and nobody outside it. That last point is where the theory clicks into place. When guest characters arrive in Springfield, when celebrities visit, when people from outside the town appear on screen, they look different. Their proportions are more natural. Their features more closely resemble actual human anatomy. Their eyes sit differently in their heads. The show draws outsiders with noticeably more realistic proportions than it draws Springfield residents. The standard explanation is that it is just the art style. That is how the show looks. But within the logic of the show's own universe, there is an observable, visible difference between people who live in Springfield and people who do not. Visitors look like recognizable humans. Residents look mutated. And the line between those two groups maps exactly onto the line between people who have been inside the contamination zone and people who have not. Even the animals. Santa's little helper, the Simpson family dog, has the same bulging eyes as his owners, the same deviated proportions. Blinky the fish grows a 3rd eye from the plant's runoff. The show tells you directly, through a fish with 3 eyes, that this is what the radiation is doing to living organisms. And then it expects you to accept that the exact same radiation has had 0 effect on the humans living alongside those fish, drinking from the same water source for their entire lives. Burns knows. He has always known. The show makes this explicit across multiple episodes. Burns funds private medical research. He retains personal physicians. He undergoes weekly treatments that keep him alive through what amounts to managed chronic radiation poisoning. He understands radiation better than anyone in Springfield because he is personally dependent on managing its effects inside his own body. He has an entire pharmaceutical division. He has the infrastructure to synthesize experimental treatments. He knows what radiation does to biological systems because radiation is what keeps him alive. And he knows what his plant is doing to Springfield because Springfield is his laboratory. Homer's continued employment at the plant is not negligence on Burns's part. It is not forgetfulness. When German investors briefly purchased the plant, the first thing they did was fire Homer. They recognized immediately that he was dangerously incompetent for the role. They ran an assessment of what it would cost to bring the facility up to code and nearly went bankrupt from the estimate alone. Burns bought the plant back and immediately rehired Homer. A competent safety inspector would shut that plant down within a week. Homer ensures the violations continue. The radiation keeps leaking. The water stays poisoned. The air stays compromised. And Burns maintains his monopoly over Springfield's power supply, its economy, and through those two things, over the entire population, a population that, under this theory, is too neurologically compromised by decades of radiation exposure to fully understand what is happening to them. There is a season 12 episode that illuminates this more than anything else: Homer without the crayon. The crayon lodged in Homer's brain is removed, and his IQ climbs dramatically. He becomes intelligent, articulate, and suddenly capable of perceiving the world around him with real clarity. He sees Springfield for what it actually is. He sees his job for what it actually is. He sees the architecture of his own life, and it is unbearable. The clarity does not bring relief. It brings a kind of grief. So he has the crayon put back in. He chooses to return to the fog. He chooses not to know. But the question the show never addresses is how that crayon got there in the first place. How does a child spend his entire childhood with a foreign object embedded in his brain, visit doctors in Springfield, receive checkups from Springfield's medical professionals, and not a single one of them discovers it? Either the medical establishment in Springfield is incompetent beyond any rational explanation, or the medical establishment in Springfield is compromised. If Burns's influence extends into the healthcare infrastructure of the town he essentially owns, if doctors are quietly looking the other way while radiation eats through their patients' neural tissue, then the crayon in Homer's brain is not an accident. It is a symptom of something systemic. The radiation theory does not explain one mystery about the Simpsons. It explains all of them. The characters do not age because their mutated biology has been altered at the cellular level. The town resets after catastrophic events because the population's memory function has been damaged by chronic neurological exposure. Homer survives injuries that should kill him because his body has adapted to radiation in ways that make him nearly indestructible, even as his cognition has been devastated. Burns stays alive through treatments that would destroy a normal human because he has been actively managing his own radiation exposure for over a century, and nobody in Springfield questions any of this. Nobody looks up at the cracked cooling towers and asks the most basic question available to them, because the same poison that altered their bodies has also damaged the part of the brain responsible for asking that question. Springfield is not a quirky cartoon town. It is a contamination zone. Its residents are not eccentric, they are symptomatic. And the nuclear power plant that dominates the skyline, that poisons the water, that employs the neighbors, that funds the empire of the man who owns all of it, that plant is not a background gag. It is the cause of everything. It has always been the cause of everything. Every yellow face, every bulging eye, every impossible recovery, every forgotten catastrophe, every reset. It all traces back to the same two cracked cooling towers, leaking the same invisible poison into the same water supply, feeding the same damaged brains that still cannot figure out why their fish have 3 eyes and their children were born with 4 fingers. Drop a comment right now, tell us what time it is where you are and where you're watching from. And if you are deep in Springfield lore with us, hit subscribe. There is a lot more where this came from. Section 2, Homer's Coma, the Dream That Never Ended. Everything you just heard about the radiation, the mutations, the poisoned water, the contaminated town, hold all of that in your mind for a moment. Because there is a theory that reframes all of it. A theory that says the radiation might be real, but the person perceiving it might not be awake. On the 1st of April 1993, the 18th episode of Season 4 aired. It was called So It's Come to This, a Simpsons clip show. The premise was simple. Bart plays a series of April Fool's pranks on Homer, escalating with each iteration until he takes one of Homer's beer cans to an auto body shop and places it inside an industrial paint shaker. When Homer opens the can, the resulting explosion is violent enough to send him to the hospital. While Homer is lying in his hospital bed, recovering, he notices a vending machine across the room. He tries to get a candy bar. The machine tips over and crushes him. Homer Simpson flatlines. He enters a clinically unconscious state, a real coma, not a cutaway gag, not a dream sequence framed as such, and he stays there for 7 weeks. The episode ends with Homer apparently waking up. Bart tearfully confesses at his bedside that the whole prank was his fault, and Homer springs awake and immediately starts strangling his son. The family laughs. Homer laughs. Everything goes back to normal. The show tells you he woke up, and then life in Springfield continues as it always has. But there is a detail in that episode's final moments that almost nobody registers in the moment. The show tells you, in plain dialogue, that Homer lost 5% of his brain function during the coma. 5% gone, permanently destroyed. And Homer's response to learning this, to learning that he is now permanently more brain damaged than he was before, is to laugh, even though he says out loud that he does not understand why he is laughing. The family finds this charming. The episode ends. 32 more seasons follow, unless he never woke up at all. This is the Homer coma theory. It is the most widely discussed, most carefully argued, and most internally consistent fan theory in the entire history of The Simpsons. The original version was proposed by a Reddit user, and its core premise is straightforward. Homer did not regain consciousness in April 1993. Every episode that has aired since that date is a dream being generated by the mind of a man lying in a hospital bed in Springfield General, slowly losing brain function while his family sits beside him and waits for a sign that he is still there. The evidence for this begins with tone. Before the coma episode, The Simpsons is a grounded show, not realistic in the way a drama is realistic, but grounded in recognizable human experience. Homer tries to quit drinking. Marge considers the possibility of infidelity. Lisa develops a crush on a substitute teacher and has her heart broken when he leaves. Bart faces being held back a year and genuinely grapples with what that means for him. These are everyday family problems told through the lens of animated satire, but they are rooted in the kinds of situations real families navigate. Financial stress, marital strain, academic failure, the fear of not measuring up. The show's emotional core in those early seasons is built on relatable domestic struggle. It is funny because it is true. After the coma, something shifts. The change is not subtle. It is seismic. Homer goes to space. Mr. Burns captures the Loch Ness Monster. Homer becomes the leader of a vigilante crime-fighting group. Homer joins a secret society with ancient rituals and powerful membership. Homer discovers his mother has been living underground as a fugitive radical for 27 years. Homer meets God, twice. The show migrates from a family sitcom grounded in economic anxiety to something else entirely, a show where the main character has traveled to dozens of countries, held hundreds of different jobs, befriended an overwhelming number of celebrities, survived physical trauma that would destroy a military platoon, and encountered the supernatural on a semi-regular basis. The escalation is so dramatic that even casual fans have noticed the tonal shift. The internet has been debating when The Simpsons started to decline for over 2 decades. Different people pick different seasons as the turning point, but there is a rough consensus that something changed around the middle of the show's run, that the earlier seasons feel fundamentally different from what came later. The coma theory says there is no debate to be had. The answer is precise. The Simpsons did not decline. Homer's brain got worse. And as the dreaming brain deteriorates over years of unconsciousness, the dream it generates becomes more unstable, more surreal, more detached from anything resembling lived reality. The earliest post-coma seasons are still relatively grounded because the brain is still fairly intact. As the years pass and the neural damage accumulates, the plots grow stranger, the logic grows looser, the celebrity appearances multiply, and the world of Springfield gradually unravels from the coherent domestic reality it was in those first 4 seasons. There is a detail that makes this theory feel less like speculation and more like something the show planted deliberately. 6 months before the coma episode in the season 4 premiere, an episode called Homer the Heretic, Homer has a direct conversation with God. A real face-to-face conversation in a dream Homer experiences while skipping church. And during that conversation, God tells Homer something specific. He tells Homer that Homer will one day know the true meaning of life, but not yet. Homer's time is coming. God says it plainly and Homer nods, and the episode moves on. 6 months later, Homer is in a coma. The timeline lines up. God told Homer, in the season 4 premiere, that his time was nearly up. That there was something still ahead of him that would change everything. 6 months after that conversation, a vending machine falls on Homer Simpson and his conscious life ends. What the show presents as a quirky theological gag reads, under the coma theory, as foreshadowing. A prophecy placed at the start of the season that contained the episode in which it came true. God was telling Homer that his waking life was drawing toward its close, And everything that has followed every adventure, every guest appearance, every impossible survival, every world-altering event that is forgotten by the next episode is the dream of a man who went under in 1993 and has been holding on ever since. The aging problem is where the coma theory becomes truly compelling, because it is the one anomaly that every other theory has to work around, and that the coma theory solves with almost painful simplicity. Nobody in The Simpsons ages. Bart has been 10 years old for 36 years. Lisa has been 8. Maggie has been 1. Homer and Marge have not gained a single wrinkle. The show uses a floating timeline. The present is always the viewer's present. The past reshapes itself around whatever the current episode needs. But the characters themselves remain locked at the same ages they were in 1989. The radiation theory says this is because their biology has been mutated. The animated show explanation says it is just how these shows work. But the coma theory offers the simplest answer of all, and it is devastating in the way simple answers often are. Nobody ages because they exist inside the frozen mind of an unconscious man. Homer went to sleep in April 1993. He cannot imagine his children growing up because he was not there to see it happen. His unconscious brain has no reference material for what an older Bart or an older Lisa would look like. It only has the image of them as they were on the day the vending machine fell. So that is the image that persists, episode after episode, year after year. His wife does not age because the last time Homer actually saw her, she looked exactly like she does in the dream. His friends do not change because his memory of them is frozen at the moment everything went dark. The coma dream preserves Homer's world exactly as it was when he lost it. Because that is what comas do. They lock you in place. They freeze the world at the last moment of consciousness, and they hold it there, unchanging, for as long as the brain keeps running. The celebrity appearances that flood later seasons have an explanation too. Homer's brain, lying in a hospital room, receives ambient stimuli constantly. Sounds from a television left on in the corner. Voices from conversations happening near his bed. Music from a radio down the hall. His unconscious mind processes these fragments, names, voices, cultural references, drifting through the fog and incorporates them into the dream. That is why Springfield increasingly becomes a place where famous people show up seemingly at random. Homer is not imagining that Michael Jackson wandered into Springfield. Homer is hearing a familiar voice through the haze of unconsciousness and weaving it into the story his brain is trying to tell. Every celebrity who appears in Springfield is a voice Homer heard while he was under, translated by a deteriorating brain into a dream character because the dream needed the population density. The show eventually acknowledged this theory. In season 34, an episode called Lisa the Boy Scout included what was presented as a leaked, deleted scene in which Homer wakes up from a long coma, and the reveal confirms that every outlandish episode was a dream. The show's writers created this. They animated it, they distributed it, and then they stated it was a fake scene, a hoax planted by hackers, not a real part of the episode. But they made it. They animated a scene in which Homer wakes up from a coma and discovers that everything since season 4 has been a dream, and then they showed that scene to the audience and said it was fake. They showed you the answer and told you it was a joke. And the audience laughed, the way Homer laughed when he was told he had permanently lost 5% of his brain function. Al Jean, the show's executive producer, addressed the theory directly in 2015. He said it was not true. He called it fan speculation. But what Al Jean did not address is the tonal shift. He did not explain why the show changed so dramatically after that specific episode in season 4. He did not account for why God told Homer his time was coming 6 months before the coma. He did not explain why the show has grown progressively more surreal and disconnected from reality with each passing season, in a pattern that maps almost perfectly onto what you would expect from a dream generated by a brain experiencing gradual, long-term deterioration. He said it is not true. The interviewer moved on. But the theory holds together in a way that no official explanation has ever matched, because it makes the whole show make sense from beginning to end. Every anomaly, every impossibility, every reset, every time Homer survives something that should be unsurvivable, and his body can survive it because his body is not in Springfield. His body is in a hospital bed. Only his mind is in Springfield. And his mind cannot kill him because his mind is the one writing the story. Here is what stays with you longest after you sit with the coma theory. If it is true, the emotional center of The Simpsons is not comedy. It is grief. Homer's deepest wish is so simple it hurts. He wants his family. That is the entire dream. He wants Marge to still love him. He wants Bart to still be his mischievous, impossible kid. He wants Lisa to still play her saxophone in her room at night. He wants Maggie to still be small enough to hold in one arm. He wants Friday nights on the couch in the house on Evergreen Terrace to go on forever. And in the coma, they do. The dream gives him exactly that. His family preserved perfectly in the amber of the last moment he was conscious. His children never growing up. His wife never leaving. His life never moving forward toward all the endings that real life eventually delivers. The coma is not a nightmare. Under this reading, it is the only version of heaven a man like Homer Simpson would ever think to ask for. A house where the kids are always young and the beer is always cold, and nobody ever has to say goodbye. And every time the credits roll, every time the world resets, every time some catastrophic event is simply forgotten by the next episode and Springfield wakes up fresh and unchanged, that is not lazy writing. That is Homer's brain refusing to let the dream end. Because if the dream ends, if the simulation finally stops, then there is only one thing left. Homer has to open his eyes and find out how much time has really passed, how old his children actually are, whether Marge is still there, whether anyone is still sitting beside that hospital bed, or worse. He does not open his eyes at all. The show will never confirm this theory. The writers have said as much, repeatedly and on the record, but the theory will never be disproved either, because the evidence for it is not external, it is structural. It is baked into the DNA of the show itself, into the tonal shift that every longtime viewer has felt but most have never been able to explain. Homer Simpson has been dreaming since April 1993. Every episode you have ever watched since then is a love letter, from an unconscious father to the family he cannot reach. The world outside keeps changing. Inside the dream, the kids are always young. The house always looks the same. And Homer always finds his way home by the end of the episode, because in the dream, he never left. Section 3. The real architecture of Burns's immortality. There are characters in fiction who survive impossible things through luck. There are characters who survive through the narrative necessity of being the protagonist. And then there is Charles Montgomery Burns, who survives through something far more calculated and far more disturbing than either of those things. Burns survives because he built a system designed to make his survival inevitable. Let us establish the basic impossibility first. Burns's age has been stated, implied, and contradicted across dozens of episodes, but every version of the timeline places his birth somewhere in the late 1800s. He has described personal memories from before the turn of the 20th century. He has told stories about events from the early 1900s as though they are personal experiences, not history. He has described working relationships with historical figures who died before most of the show's audience was born. By the most conservative reading of the show's timeline, Burns is well over 100 years old. By the more generous readings of his various historical references, he might be pushing 140. He attended Yale. He served in World War II, in a capacity the show describes charitably as morally ambiguous. He stole a $1 trillion bill from the United States government during that war and hid it for decades. He has referenced the Gilded Age not as a chapter in a history textbook, but as personal, lived experience. And he does not just exist at this improbable age. He functions at a high level. He runs a multi-billion-dollar corporation. He navigates modern finance and modern law with precision. He manipulates municipal politics. He orchestrates schemes that require sustained cognitive effort, multi-year planning horizons, and a detailed understanding of contemporary institutions. His body is frail, yes. His physical strength is almost non-existent, and the show has played this for laughs many times. But his mind is sharp. Burns is arguably the most strategically intelligent character in all of Springfield, operating with a ruthlessness and a clarity of purpose that nobody else in town can match. And he has been operating at that level for longer than any human being should be capable of sustained consciousness. The show gives us the key to understanding how, in the Springfield Files, Burns undergoes a weekly medical treatment so extreme that it causes his entire body to emit a visible green glow. The treatment keeps him alive for exactly 1 more week. Without it, he dies. The margin for error is 0. His life is maintained the way you maintain a piece of complex machinery through scheduled, precise, non-negotiable servicing. Miss one appointment and Burns dies. That is not a metaphor. That is a medical fact established in the show's canon. The treatment involves radiation. This is significant in ways the show never pauses to fully acknowledge. The man who owns a nuclear power plant, who has been leaking radioactive material into Springfield's environment for decades, is personally dependent on controlled radiation exposure to sustain his own biological functions. Burns is not merely profiting from radiation, he is powered by it. His body has been so fundamentally transformed by over a century of proximity to nuclear material that it can no longer sustain itself through normal cellular processes. It requires external radiation input the way an ordinary human body requires food and oxygen. Remove that input for 7 days, and the system shuts down. This connects to one of the most famous and most frequently quoted scenes in the entire series, the scene in which Burns visits a doctor who informs him that he has every disease known to medical science simultaneously. Every single one. The doctor explains that Burns's various illnesses exist in a state of perfect equilibrium inside his body, each one canceling out the others in a kind of biological gridlock. The doctor calls it Three Stooges syndrome, 3 conditions trying to pass through a doorway at once, with the result that none of them can get through. Burns is, according to this doctor, the sickest man in the United States, but functionally indestructible because everything that should kill him is being blocked by everything else that should kill him. The show plays this for laughs and then moves on. But if you accept the radiation theory, if you accept that Burns has spent a century deliberately saturating himself with controlled radiation as a survival mechanism, then this scene becomes something much stranger than a joke. Burns's weekly treatments are not curing his diseases. They are managing them. The radiation keeps every illness in the body in a state of perfect stasis, balanced against every other illness, preventing any single condition from gaining enough momentum to kill him. His diseases are not in remission. They are frozen, held in place by the same force that is simultaneously the source of every one of them. Burns's body is a reactor, and his weekly treatments are the equivalent of adjusting the control rods to prevent the whole system from going critical. Smithers, in this context, is not simply a devoted assistant. He is a medical necessity. Smithers manages Burns's schedule with an obsessive precision that goes well beyond professional loyalty. Smithers ensures that Burns makes every weekly treatment without exception. Smithers monitors Burns's physical condition with the kind of vigilance that borders on clinical responsibility. The show has established repeatedly that if Smithers were ever removed from the picture fired, incapacitated, or simply absent for an extended period, Burns would be immediately and catastrophically helpless. Not emotionally helpless, the way you might expect from a man who has had a devoted assistant for decades. Physically helpless. Without Smithers managing the treatment protocol, Burns misses a dose. The stasis collapses. Every disease in his body surges forward simultaneously. Smithers knows this, Burns knows this, and this shared knowledge is the actual foundation of their relationship beneath all the complicated emotional dynamics the show depicts. Smithers' loyalty is not merely sentimental, it is existential. He knows that his departure is a death sentence for the man he has organized his entire life around. That knowledge is the chain, and it goes in both directions. Smithers cannot leave without killing Burns, and Burns cannot dismiss Smithers without losing the mechanism that keeps him alive. They are bound together by a medical dependency that neither of them ever discusses openly. The show frames their relationship as devotion. Under this reading, it is something more like mutual captivity. Burns's connection to historical events adds a layer the show introduces, but never fully excavates. He knew Howard Hughes. He attended Yale in an era when Yale's curriculum and social structure bore no resemblance to what it is today. He served in World War II and has described his role with a casualness that suggests he has processed far more historical atrocity than most living humans will ever encounter. His family wealth predates the Industrial Revolution, and the Burns family tree extends back centuries. The show has depicted the Burns dynasty as one of the oldest and most continuously powerful lineages in American history. Not merely wealthy, but the kind of wealthy that shapes national infrastructure, that builds institutions, and then charges everyone else to use them, that exists at a remove from legal accountability so complete that the concept of consequences becomes abstract rather than real. Burns inherited this legacy and has spent over a century extending it. He did not build an empire from scratch. He took control of something already ancient and found new ways to keep it running. The question the show raises but never answers is whether Burns's longevity is unique to him or whether his family has always found ways to extend their grip on power beyond the normal human span. If Burns has been alive for over 100 years through artificial means through radiation treatments developed in his own pharmaceutical division, administered on a precise weekly schedule managed by a devoted assistant, is it possible that previous generations of the Burns dynasty employed different methods toward the same end, before nuclear radiation? Before modern medicine? Before any of the technology that currently keeps Burns functioning? Did earlier iterations of this dynasty use other mechanisms to maintain the unbroken line of control that the show depicts stretching back centuries? The show does not answer this, but it establishes the question by showing us an empire too old and too continuous to have survived through ordinary generational succession. There is another dimension to Burns's survival that the show circles without landing on directly. Burns has come closer to dying than almost any other character in the show's history. He has been shot by a baby. He has been hospitalized so many times the doctors presumably know his file by heart. He has collapsed, fallen, been attacked, been abandoned in the wilderness, been poisoned, and every single time he comes back. Homer also survives everything. But Homer's survival is passive. The show keeps Homer alive because the story needs him. Burns's survival is active. He built a system, across more than a century, specifically designed to ensure that no matter what happens to his physical form, there will always be resources available to rebuild it. Every dollar he has ever spent, every institution he has ever corrupted, every politician he has ever purchased, every doctor he has ever retained under discreet long-term contract. All of it forms a web with one purpose: keep Burns alive. His immortality is engineered. It is the product of deliberate, systematic investment in his own continuation. Here is the part that the show is quietly telling you but never states outright. Springfield needs Burns as much as Burns needs his treatments. The town's economy depends entirely on the power plant. The power plant depends on Burns's continued ownership and operation. Burns depends on the medical treatments. The treatments depend on the infrastructure that Burns's wealth provides. It is a closed loop, a self-sustaining cycle where the man and the machine and the money all feed each other. Springfield cannot remove Burns from the equation without the economy collapsing. Burns cannot die without the system he built coming apart. And the system cannot come apart without every question it has been suppressing for decades suddenly having nowhere left to hide. Burns is too expensive to die. Springfield will keep paying for his survival for exactly as long as Burns keeps the lights on. And under the terms of his treatment schedule, that could be forever. The scariest thing about Burns's immortality is not that he might live indefinitely. It is that he has made himself so structurally necessary to the town he is poisoning that the town has a vested interest in his survival. The victim requires the perpetrator to keep existing. And Burns, who has been engineering this arrangement for over a century, understood long ago that making yourself indispensable to the people you exploit is the most effective protection available. He is not the oldest man in Springfield by accident. He is the oldest man in Springfield by design. Section 4. Who actually shot Mr. Burns, reopening the case? The official answer is Maggie Simpson. The show committed to it. Season 7, Episode 1. Baby did it, case closed. Except it was never really closed. And the deeper you look at the evidence, the more it becomes clear that the official answer might be the most effective cover-up in Springfield's long and distinguished history of burying inconvenient truths. Let us go back to the beginning. Season 6, Episode 25. Who Shot Mr. Burns, Part 1. The summer of 1995. The Simpsons attempted something no animated show had ever done before: a genuine, meticulously constructed whodunit cliffhanger, designed so carefully that the show's creators invited the entire viewing public to participate in a national contest to identify the shooter. The winner would be animated into a future episode. Fox promoted it as a cultural event. America's Most Wanted produced a tie-in special, treating the fictional shooting like a real unsolved case. The whole country turned Springfield into a puzzle. And the puzzle started with what Burns had done. He had stolen an oil well from beneath Springfield Elementary, gutting the school's budget mid-year. He had driven Moe's Tavern into bankruptcy. He had created a sinkhole that destroyed the Springfield retirement castle. He had arranged for Santa's little helper to be injured, and for his final move, Burns built a massive mechanical disc and used it to block out the sun over the entire town of Springfield, permanently. Not temporarily, not as a bluff. Burns literally stole sunlight from every living thing in town so that every resident would have no choice but to buy their electricity from his plant. When Smithers protested, when even Smithers, the most loyal person in Burns's orbit, said this had gone too far, Burns fired him on the spot. By the end of part 1, every single person in Springfield had a specific, personal, legitimate reason to want Burns dead. Everyone. The show took its time establishing this. Homer, because Burns had worked alongside him for years and still could not remember his name, a humiliation that had been escalating toward a breaking point for a long time. Bart and Lisa, because Burns had stolen the school's funding. Grandpa, because Burns's sinkhole destroyed the retirement home. Groundskeeper Willie, because he lost his job. Tito Puente, because Burns cut the music program. Moe, because his bar went under from Burns's financial maneuvering. Even Smithers, freshly fired after a lifetime of devotion. The entire town gathered at a public meeting to confront Burns. Multiple characters were shown holding weapons. Burns arrived, delivered an arrogant non-apology, and then staggered outside and collapsed with a gunshot wound. He was found on the town sundial, hands landing on 2 letters, W and S, or, viewed from Burns's perspective, M and S. The ambulance took him away. The screen went black. America had all summer to think about it. When Part 2 aired in September, the investigation played out as a comedic procedural. Smithers confessed immediately, but his confession fell apart when it turned out he had been in a blackout drunk stupor and had actually shot someone else entirely. Old Jasper, in the wooden leg, nowhere near the actual crime scene. One by one, the major suspects were cleared. Skinner had an alibi, Moe had an alibi. Tito Puente had what might be the greatest alibi in the history of television drama, demonstrated through an elaborate samba number explaining that he had channeled his rage into music rather than violence. The investigation stalled until an eyelash was found on Burns's suit. DNA analysis identified it as belonging to a Simpson. Homer had motive, opportunity, and his fingerprints were on the gun. He was arrested and was close to conviction when Burns woke from his coma and identified his shooter. Maggie Simpson. Baby Maggie. According to Burns, he encountered her in the parking lot after the town meeting, attempted to take her lollipop, and in the resulting struggle his gun fell from its holster. Maggie picked it up. The gun discharged. Burns was shot. Mystery solved. Except it is not that simple. Not even close. Start with the contest. Fox invited viewers across the country to submit their guesses. The prize was meaningful. The winner would appear as a character in a future episode. Thousands of entries were submitted. According to the DVD commentary, not a single person in the randomly selected sample of entries guessed the correct answer. Nobody. The person who received the prize was chosen randomly and, not having the right answer, received a cash payment instead. The producers even acknowledged on the DVD release that they knew of one person who had posted the correct answer to a Simpsons newsgroup on the night of the original broadcast, but that person had been using a university account that was no longer active by the time the contest ended. They literally issued an open invitation for that person to come forward. As far as anyone knows, they never did. Think about the implications. A mystery designed and promoted as solvable from the clues presented in Part 1 produced exactly 0 correct answers from the contest entries. Either the clues were insufficient, the red herrings were too effective, or the answer the writers chose did not logically follow from the evidence the way the promotional materials claimed it did. Now look at the actual clues. Burns falls on the sundial. His hands point to W and S, or M and S, from his perspective. The show tells us this represents Maggie Simpson, M for Maggie, S for Simpson, but Burns himself stated, canonically, on the record, that the positioning of his hands on the sundial was not intentional. He did not deliberately arrange himself to spell out his attacker's initials. He fell, he landed where he landed. The central physical clue in the show's most famous mystery was explicitly described by the victim as a coincidence. That is the clue. That is what the show wants you to hang the entire resolution on. A man falling, and his hands happening to land on 2 letters that could be interpreted as the initials of a 1-year-old. Then there is the gun. Burns carried a weapon in a holster. In the lead-up to the shooting, that holster is shown to be empty. The gun was missing from Burns's person before the attack happened. Whoever shot Burns used Burns's own weapon. This means the shooter was not someone who brought a gun to the town meeting. Most of the primary suspects arrived at that meeting already armed, explicitly because they were angry enough at Burns to consider violence. The person who shot Burns was someone who had not planned to shoot anyone, who encountered the gun by chance, and who acted impulsively. A baby finding a gun on the ground fits that profile. So do roughly a dozen other characters who were not carrying weapons that night. The gun evidence eliminates the heavily armed suspects, but it does not narrow the field to a single infant. Burns's last words before being shot, according to the reconstruction, were, "Oh, it's you." He was not surprised. He was not afraid. He recognized his attacker with a kind of casual familiarity, the way you acknowledge someone you have met before but do not consider a threat. Does Mr. Burns recognize Maggie Simpson? Has he ever had a meaningful interaction with her before this episode? The show establishes no prior relationship between Burns and the baby. Burns can barely remember that Homer exists, and Homer has worked for him for years. The idea that Burns would look at an infant and say, "Oh, it's you," as though greeting a familiar acquaintance, does not fit the characterization the show has spent years building. "Oh, it's you" is a greeting for someone Burns knows. Someone whose presence outside his building, in his parking lot, late in the evening, would register as recognizable and non-threatening. That description fits several characters in Springfield far more naturally than it fits a baby whose name Burns has certainly never learned. In Season 18, Homer claims, on camera, in plain dialogue, that he was actually the one who shot Burns. He just says it, and nobody reacts. Nobody reopens the case. Nobody calls the police. Homer confesses to the attempted murder of the wealthiest man in Springfield, and the show treats it as a throwaway line, the kind of thing Homer says that nobody takes seriously. Which raises a question. Is Homer lying for attention, which is entirely within his character and consistent with his behavior throughout the series? Or is he telling the truth, and the original verdict was wrong, and the confession is going unexamined because Springfield has already officially resolved the case and has no appetite for revisiting it? If Homer did it, Maggie was framed. A baby was blamed for a crime committed by her father. The DNA evidence pointed to a Simpson which was accurate, just to the wrong Simpson. The sundial clue was coincidental, as the victim himself said. Burns's identification came from a man who had just emerged from a coma with a bullet wound in his body, in a state of uncertain reliability, and who had every reason to tell whatever version of the story served his interests. The Marge theory deserves serious attention. A Reddit-originated argument proposes that Marge was the real shooter, and the case for it is stronger than you might expect. Marge had watched Burns systematically dismantle everything that mattered to her family. The school funding that would affect her children's education. Her family's dog injured. Her father-in-law's retirement home destroyed. She had motive layered on top of motive. And Burns, as the show established in an earlier episode where he developed an infatuation with Marge, had feelings for her that went beyond ordinary acquaintance. A man who was in love with Marge Simpson, or who had been at some point, might react to seeing her in the parking lot after the meeting with exactly the kind of calm recognition in those last words. "Oh, it's you." He would not consider her a threat. He would not be frightened. And when he woke from the coma, knowing who shot him, knowing it was the woman he had been infatuated with, he might choose not to name her. He might protect her. He might look around the hospital room, see Maggie in someone's arms, and point at the baby instead. Maggie could not be prosecuted. Chief Wiggum said it himself in the resolution, no jury in the world would convict a baby. Maggie was the perfect person to absorb the accusation because the accusation could not touch her. Burns protected the real shooter by naming the one person in the room who could not be held responsible for anything. The alternate ending proves that even the writers were not fully committed to the Maggie answer. A complete alternate conclusion was animated in which Smithers was the shooter fully produced, fully voiced, fully scored. This alternate version was included in the 138th episode Spectacular Clip Show, hosted by Troy McClure, who dismisses it by saying that going with Smithers would have required ignoring the Simpson DNA evidence, which would have been, in his words, downright nutty. And then the show winks at you. Because that line is a direct reference to the O.J. Simpson trial, which was happening at exactly the time these episodes aired, in which a jury had recently done exactly that, ignored DNA evidence to reach an acquittal. The show is telling you, through a joke about a recent national news story, that ignoring DNA evidence to reach a particular verdict happens in real life. It is not unprecedented. The evidence can point wherever the people managing the investigation want it to point. An early draft of the script had Barney Gumble as the shooter. The writers considered this seriously enough to develop it. They planned to send Barney to prison as a consequence. The idea was eventually abandoned, but its existence confirms that the resolution was not determined by the logic of the clues. The clues were reverse-engineered to fit whatever answer the writers eventually chose. The mystery was constructed backward. There is one more piece, the final shot of part 2. After Burns has identified his shooter and the case is officially closed, the camera finds Maggie alone in the room. She looks around carefully, checking that nobody is watching, and then she moves her pacifier in a motion that mimics pulling a trigger. The show wants you to read this as confirmation. Maggie knows what she did. The gun motion is a confession in miniature, but you could read it as something else entirely. A baby who watched someone shoot a man, who was then named as the person responsible for the shooting, who does not have the language to understand what any of this means, is doing what babies do. She is imitating an action she witnessed. She is repeating something she saw another person do, because imitation is one of the primary ways that very young children process the world around them. Maggie is not confessing. Maggie is remembering. She watched the real shooter fire that gun, and she is replaying the image in the only way available to her. The official answer is Maggie Simpson. The show committed to it, the writers stand behind it. But the contest that nobody won, the clues that the victim himself described as coincidental, the alternate endings that were fully animated and produced, the season 18 confession that nobody investigated, and that final shot of a baby making a gun gesture alone in an empty room, all of it points toward the same conclusion. The greatest mystery in Simpsons history was never actually solved. It was closed. And in Springfield, those are not the same thing. Section 5. Maggie Simpson, the silence of the most dangerous mind in Springfield. Maggie Simpson does not talk. She does not walk reliably. She communicates through pacifier noises and the occasional pointed look from beneath those enormous eyes. She is 1 year old, and she has been 1 year old for 36 years. In that time, without saying a single word that stuck, she has accumulated a record that puts every other member of her family to shame. She shot a billionaire. She organized and executed a successful rebellion against a tyrannical daycare administrator. She has saved her family from situations that would have defeated every other member of it. She has demonstrated problem-solving intelligence that would be remarkable in an adult and is genuinely inexplicable in a pre-verbal infant. She was tested and found to possess a level of intelligence that the standardized tools available in Springfield could not accurately measure. And through all of it, every remarkable thing she has done, she has maintained absolute, deliberate silence. Not because she cannot speak, because she has chosen not to. Let us begin with the shooting, because it is what she is most famous for, and because it is actually the least interesting thing about her. We have already walked through the who shot Mr. Burns evidence in detail. We have examined the problems with the official narrative. We have looked at the alternate theories. But whether or not Maggie intentionally pulled that trigger, the aftermath reveals something important about her nature. A baby was formally identified as the person who shot the wealthiest man in Springfield. Police investigated. Evidence was examined. Witnesses were questioned. And the official conclusion, delivered by Chief Wiggum himself, was that yes, this infant committed an act of violence against a grown adult, and there is absolutely nothing that can be done about it. No jury in the world would convict a baby. That was the end of the investigation. Case closed. Everyone went home. Except the camera stayed on Maggie for a moment longer. Everyone else had left the room. She was alone. She looked around carefully, not casually, but deliberately, checking her sightlines, making sure she was not being observed. And then she moved her pacifier in a precise motion that mimics pulling a trigger. Set aside for a moment the question of whether this is a confession or a memory of watching someone else do it. Focus instead on the sequence of actions itself. Maggie waited until she was alone. She visually confirmed that she was not being watched. Then she performed the gesture. That sequence requires situational awareness. It requires memory of the event and understanding that the gesture carries meaning. It requires awareness that performing this in front of others would have consequences. It requires caution and impulse control, the decision to hold the gesture until the room was clear. Those are not traits associated with infants in any developmental framework. They are the behaviors of someone who understands exactly what they are doing and has made a deliberate decision that secrecy is the appropriate strategy. A 1-year-old who checks to make sure nobody is watching before doing something is a 1-year-old who understands consequences. And a 1-year-old who understands consequences in that way is not operating on the developmental timeline that the show otherwise pretends she follows. The Longest Daycare makes this explicit. This was a theatrical short film released in 2012, screened in cinemas before an Ice Age film. It runs about 7 minutes. It was nominated for an Academy Award. And those 7 minutes are Maggie Simpson demonstrating a level of intelligence that would be extraordinary in a fully grown adult. The setup is simple. Maggie is dropped at a daycare facility, the Ayn Rand School for Tots, that runs on authoritarian efficiency. Inside the facility, she encounters a caterpillar about to become a butterfly. She wants to protect it. Another baby, a bully, wants to destroy it. What follows is a compact, tightly constructed film in which Maggie outmaneuvers the bully, the staff, and the facility's entire security system to save the caterpillar and release it. She does all of this without speaking a word. She reads the environment on entry and immediately begins cataloging threats. She identifies the bully's behavioral patterns from a limited number of observations and anticipates his moves before he makes them. She develops and executes multi-step plans that require precise timing, spatial awareness, and the ability to predict how multiple people will respond to specific stimuli. She adapts when those plans encounter obstacles, improvising solutions in real time without visible distress. Her body is a limitation throughout. She falls when she should be running. She crawls when speed is needed. She physically cannot keep up with what her mind requires of her. But her decision-making is flawless. Every choice she makes is correct. Every adjustment she makes is well-timed. Her intelligence compensates for every physical restriction her developmental stage imposes, and she succeeds anyway. She is operating at a cognitive level that her physical body cannot support. And the gap between what her mind can do and what her body can do is one of the most quietly unsettling things the show has ever depicted, because the show almost never directly acknowledges it. The intelligence test episodes add another layer. Across several episodes, Maggie's intelligence has been evaluated in various ways, and the results are consistently extraordinary, off the charts, beyond what the available tools can measure, anomalous in ways that the adults around her briefly notice before moving on to whatever else is happening in the plot. The show uses these moments for quick laughs and then files them away. But the pattern is undeniable. Every time Maggie's intelligence is formally assessed, the result is the same. She is not a normal baby. She is something significantly beyond that, and the family consistently fails to register this. Homer is perpetually distracted by his own disasters. Bart is perpetually creating new ones. Lisa is perpetually fighting for recognition of her own intelligence against a household and community that does not value it. In the middle of all this noise, Maggie sits quietly and is simply not noticed. The adults are too busy managing their own chaos to pay attention to what the baby in the corner is actually doing. And Maggie has learned to use this. Look at what happens to the intelligent women in this family when they make their intelligence visible. Lisa is a genuine prodigy. Her IQ dwarfs everyone in the household and most of the adults in Springfield. She has been demonstrating exceptional ability since she was old enough to demonstrate anything. And her reward for this has been isolation, dismissal, and the grinding exhaustion of being consistently the smartest person in every room while being consistently the least listened to. Lisa speaks up and gets ignored. Lisa challenges authority and gets punished or sidelined. Lisa attempts to improve the world immediately around her and gets crushed by the weight of a community that finds improvement threatening. Her intelligence is real, it is extraordinary, and it has made her life genuinely difficult in ways that the show depicts with more honesty than it probably intended. Maggie has been watching this happen since she was born. She has had a front-row seat to the full cost of visible intelligence in Springfield, as paid in full by her sister. And she has drawn a different conclusion from the evidence. Lisa's lesson is, keep fighting regardless of the cost. Push. Demand. Insist that the intelligence be seen. that the insight be heard, that the truth be acknowledged even when nobody wants to hear it. Maggie's lesson is the opposite. Silence is power. Invisibility is protection. The less they know about what you are capable of, the more freely you can operate in the spaces they are not watching. Think about Maggie's record of accomplishments. Every single time she does something remarkable, what happens? The family does not notice. The community does not notice. Burns was shot, and the investigation immediately centered on everyone except the baby, because who seriously suspects a baby? The daycare rebellion succeeded because adults do not monitor infants closely enough to notice them organizing. Every heroic act, every display of strategic intelligence, every moment where Maggie intervenes and changes an outcome, all of it happens below the threshold of adult attention. Maggie has not stumbled into invisibility. She has engineered it. She maintains the most effective disguise available to her. She appears to be exactly what everyone expects a 1-year-old to be: passive, helpless, dependent, precognitive. The world looks at her and sees a baby. And behind that presentation, completely unseen, something is watching, cataloging, planning. She is none of those things she appears to be. She is the opposite of all of them. She is the most operationally capable member of the Simpson family, and she has spent 36 years making sure nobody arrives at that conclusion before she is ready for them to. Now connect this to the radiation theory, and the picture becomes sharper. If Springfield's contaminated environment produces mutations, and if those mutations affect each individual differently, depending on factors that are not fully understood, then Maggie represents an extreme end of the distribution that Homer represents the other extreme of. Homer's mutation reduced his intelligence to levels that qualify as clinical disability. The radiation, the crayon, the decades of cognitive erosion from living in a contamination zone, all of it working in the same direction, pulling his mind downward. Maggie's mutation went the other way. The same environmental exposure, the same contaminated water and irradiated air, the same family genetics running through the same radioactive context, but in her case, the mutation amplified rather than diminished. The same force that broke Homer's cognition supercharged hers. They are two ends of the same spectrum. Homer is what happens when the radiation takes something away. Maggie is what happens when it gives something that should not exist yet. Same cause. Opposite outcomes. Living across the hallway from each other in a house on Evergreen Terrace in a town that has never once noticed the contrast. If the coma theory is simultaneously true, and several of these theories can coexist, each explaining different layers of the same phenomenon, then Maggie's extraordinary intelligence carries an emotional weight that is almost too heavy to look at directly. If Homer is dreaming, if every episode since 1993 is the product of an unconscious mind trying to hold on to what it loves, then Maggie's genius is Homer's deepest hope for the child he cannot reach. He cannot see her grow up, he cannot watch her develop, he cannot hear her speak her first full sentence or see her take her first steady steps. He cannot know what kind of person she becomes. So, in the dream, he makes her extraordinary. He gives her intelligence that transcends any developmental framework. He makes her capable of things that no actual baby could do, because he needs to believe lying there in that hospital bed, brain function slowly declining, unable to be there for any of them, he needs to believe that Maggie will be okay, that she is equipped for whatever comes, that even without him there to protect her, she has everything she needs. Her genius in the dream is not a mutation. It is a father's prayer, rendered in the only form available to him. But in Springfield, in whatever waking reality still exists beneath or beside the dream, there is a darker reading. Maggie does not speak because she has watched what speaking gets you in this town. She does not reveal her intelligence because intelligence is a liability in Springfield's social ecosystem. She watches everything. She remembers everything. She understands everything that passes through the rooms she sits in. And she waits. For what? The show has never told us. Maggie's endgame is the one question the show has genuinely never answered, because the show has never definitively revealed the ceiling of what she is capable of. We have seen glimpses. We have seen her shoot a man. We have seen her coordinate a room full of infants. We have seen her outthink adults under pressure. We have seen the family trust her judgment on serious matters, consulting her nod or her stare as though it carries real weight. She is 1 year old. She cannot walk without falling. She cannot produce intelligible language. and she is the most powerful person on Evergreen Terrace. She just has not decided yet what to do about it. That might be the most unsettling conclusion available from 36 years of watching her. Not what she has already done, what she has been building toward. What 36 years of watching and cataloging and saying nothing has been preparation for, behind that pacifier, behind those enormous, patient eyes, behind 3.5 decades of deliberate strategic silence. Something is thinking, something is planning, something has been observing this family and this town and this world with an intelligence that nobody suspects and nobody is equipped to contain. When Maggie finally acts, when she breaks the silence, and whatever has been assembling behind that blank infant expression finally moves, Springfield will not see it coming. Nobody will. Because that is exactly how she designed it to be. Section 6. The Armin Tamzarian Incident and Springfield's Social Contract of Lies. There is an episode in Season 9 that fans have been arguing about for nearly 30 years. An episode consistently ranked among the worst the show has ever produced. An episode that critics describe as the moment The Simpsons stopped caring about its own continuity, betrayed its audience's investment in its characters, and revealed a fundamental contempt for the rules of storytelling. The episode is called The Principal and the Pauper. It aired the 28th of September, 1997, and the fans who hate it have been reading it completely backward. The episode is not where The Simpsons went wrong. It is the one episode where The Simpsons told you the most important truth it has ever told about Springfield, and people hated it because the truth was uncomfortable. Here is what happens. Springfield Elementary holds a celebration honoring Principal Seymour Skinner's 20 years of service to the school. In the middle of the ceremony, a stranger walks in. Nobody recognizes him. He introduces himself as Sergeant Seymour Skinner, the real Seymour Skinner. A decorated Vietnam War veteran who was captured as a prisoner of war in Southeast Asia, believed dead for over 2 decades. He survived. He escaped. He came home. And he found that someone else had been living his life. The man Springfield has known as Principal Skinner is an imposter. His real name is Armin Tamzarian. Before Vietnam, Tamzarian was a petty criminal from the wrong background with no apparent future. He was drafted into the army, ended up in the same unit as the real Skinner. When Skinner was captured and presumed killed, Tamzarian felt responsible. He traveled to Springfield to deliver the news to Skinner's mother, Agnes. Agnes assumed he was her son, assumed or needed him to be, and Tamzarian, who had never had a family, never had anyone, never had an identity worth keeping, went along with it. He became Seymour Skinner. He took the name, the rank, the history, the mother, and he lived inside that borrowed identity for 20 years until the man whose life he had stolen walked through a door and everything fell apart. So far, this is a genuinely compelling story. A man who built a real life inside a stolen identity. A community that formed genuine attachments to a fiction. The original owner of the name returning to reclaim what was taken. There is rich territory here for a story about identity, about what we owe to the truth, about what happens when a comfortable fiction becomes more real to people than the actual reality. What Springfield does with this situation is what makes the episode extraordinary and disturbing in equal measure. The town holds a meeting. The real Seymour Skinner is present. Armin Tamzarian is present. The truth is fully in the open. Every person in Springfield knows that their principal is a fraud, that the man who has run their school and lived in their community for 20 years is not who he claimed to be. And the town votes not on whether to prosecute Tamzarian, not on whether to restore the real Skinner's rightful identity. The town votes on whether to acknowledge the truth at all. The verdict is unanimous. They choose the lie. Judge Snyder issues a legal decree stating that the imposter is henceforth the real Skinner, and that this is official and final. The actual Seymour Skinner, the war veteran, the man whose name was stolen, the man who survived a prisoner of war camp and came home to find his entire civilian existence occupied, is tied to a railroad car and physically removed from Springfield. The judge then makes it explicitly illegal to ever mention Armin Tamzarian or the truth of what happened, under penalty of punishment. Fans were furious. The criticism came from everywhere. Harry Shearer, who voices Skinner and Burns among others, publicly expressed his displeasure with the storyline. Critics argued that the episode destroyed Skinner's character by retroactively making everything established about him: his military service, his relationship with Agnes, his dynamic with Bart, His entire personality, a fiction built on fraud. The episode is consistently rated among the worst in the show's history, and is still invoked as evidence that the writers had lost their connection to what made the show worth watching. But here is what that reaction misses entirely. The episode is not a mistake. The episode is honest. It is the most honest episode the show has ever produced about what Springfield is and how Springfield functions. It just says the quiet part out loud, in broad daylight, where everyone can see it, and people hated it because what it said was not comfortable. Springfield has always operated exactly this way. The town has always chosen comfortable fiction over inconvenient truth. The town has always found a way to forget whatever does not fit the official story. The only thing different about the principal and the pauper is that it shows you the mechanism. It puts the vote on screen. It shows you the legal decree being issued. It shows you the literal physical expulsion of the truth, the real Skinner tied to a train and sent away as a concrete, visible act, rather than something that happens between episodes without acknowledgement. Every other time Springfield forgets a catastrophe, every other time a world-altering event gets reset without explanation, it happens off-screen. The show moves from one episode to the next, and the previous disaster is simply not mentioned again. Viewers accept this as the episodic structure of a long-running animated show. The Principal and the Pauper is the one time The Simpsons let you watch the forgetting happen in real time, with a vote and a gavel and a man tied to a railroad car. Consider how many times Springfield has experienced events that should have permanently altered its reality. The town has been destroyed and rebuilt. It has been invaded. It has been sealed inside a federal containment dome. It has survived nuclear near misses, environmental catastrophes, encounters with the supernatural, and the literal theft of its sunlight. Every single time, within an episode or two, everything is normal again. Nobody references what happened. The slate is clean. Fans call this episodic storytelling. The coma theory calls it a dreaming brain cycling between episodes. The radiation theory calls it neurological damage from chronic environmental contamination, impairing the population's capacity for sustained memory. The Principal and the Pauper offers a fourth explanation, and it might be the most realistic one. Springfield resets because Springfield votes to reset, collectively, deliberately, through an unspoken social contract that says, we will not acknowledge what happened, we will maintain the agreed-upon version of reality, and anyone who insists on the truth will be removed from the community. That is not a cartoon trope. That is how real communities function, particularly small ones, with shared economic dependencies and a vested interest in maintaining a particular narrative. Small towns bury scandals. Communities rewrite uncomfortable histories. Collective denial is one of the most durable social technologies ever developed, and it works precisely because everyone participates in it simultaneously, making the denial invisible by distributing it across the entire population. Springfield does not forget because its residents are intellectually incapable of remembering. Springfield forgets because the alternative remembering threatens the structural dependencies that hold the whole arrangement together. If they remembered the dome, they would have to acknowledge the pollution. If they acknowledged the pollution, they would have to confront the plant. If they confronted the plant, they would have to challenge Burns. If they challenged Burns, the town's entire economic foundation collapses. And if that happens, Springfield stops existing as a functioning community. So they forget. They make forgetting official policy. They make remembering illegal. And they exile the truth in the form of the real Seymour Skinner, tied to a train, sent away from the community he came home to find. Skinner is not a villain in this story. He is Springfield's canary in a coal mine, a man who showed up with proof that the official narrative was a fiction and whose reward was to be declared illegal and expelled. The town did not evaluate his evidence. The town recognized that his evidence, if acknowledged, would cost too much, and it acted accordingly. Now take this episode and hold it up against the coma theory. If everything since season 4 is Homer's dream, then The Principal and the Pauper is Homer's unconscious mind inventing a scenario in which an entire town votes to sustain a fiction because the fiction is more survivable than the truth. Because Homer needs to believe that borrowed identities can become real through collective agreement. He needs to believe that a life lived inside someone else's framework can be legitimate if enough people decide to accept it. Because Homer's coma is a borrowed life. It is a dream masquerading as reality. maintained not through conscious choice but through the persistent refusal of a deteriorating brain to stop generating the story. And as long as the dream town of Springfield keeps voting to maintain its fiction, as long as the consensus holds, as long as no one insists on the truth loudly enough to puncture it, Homer never has to wake up. The Principal and the Pauper is not the worst episode of The Simpsons. It is the most important one, because it is the only episode that shows you the machinery, the infrastructure of denial, the legal and social mechanisms that make every impossible reset possible. The process by which a community transforms lie into law and truth into crime. Armin Tamzarian is still pretending to be Seymour Skinner. Springfield is still pretending everything is fine. And the real Seymour Skinner is still out there somewhere, having been physically removed from the community he came home to reclaim. The last honest man in a town that made honesty illegal. Section 7. Mona Simpson and the Three-Generation Conspiracy. For the first 6 seasons of The Simpsons, Homer's mother was dead. That was the official story. Abe Simpson, Homer's father, told him his mother had passed away when Homer was young. He showed Homer a grave. Homer grieved in the inarticulate way. Homer grieves for things incompletely, without the vocabulary to process what the loss had cost him, but with a persistent undertow of it that shaped everything about who he became. The belief that his mother chose not to be there shaped everything. His desperate need to be liked, his clinginess with Marge, his terror of abandonment, his willingness to absorb humiliation from Burns rather than risk losing the one stable structure in his life, his compulsive need for approval from every person in every room he enters. Homer Simpson's entire personality is a coping mechanism built around maternal loss. Every defense mechanism he has, every behavioral pattern, every vulnerability, all of it traces back to the wound left by a mother who was gone. In Season 7, an episode called Mother Simpson, the show revealed that the wound was based on a lie. The grave Abe showed him belonged to Walt Whitman, the poet. Abe had been pointing his son at a famous writer's headstone and calling it his wife's burial site for Homer's entire conscious life. Homer's mother was alive. She had always been alive. She had been living underground, moving between safe houses and temporary identities for 27 years, not because she stopped loving her son, but because staying would have put him and Abe in danger, because the man who now employed Homer had destroyed her life and forced her to run. The story goes back to 1969. Mona Simpson was a housewife in Springfield, married to Abe, mother to a young Homer, ordinary life, quiet, and then something changed. The show depicts it with its characteristic absurdist framing, but the emotional reality underneath is entirely serious. Mona became politically radicalized. She joined an activist group, and they had a target. Mr. Burns owned a biological weapons laboratory, not just a nuclear power plant, a germ warfare facility operating in Springfield, the same community where families lived and children grew up, and Homer was being raised, completely unaware that the richest man in town was producing weaponized pathogens down the road. Burns was manufacturing biological weapons in the same city where his nuclear plant was leaking radiation. The scope of what Burns was doing to Springfield was not limited to the nuclear side of his operations. He was running a parallel threat that the show introduces and then largely sets aside. Mona and her group broke into the lab. They destroyed the biological agent stored inside. The show describes it as an antibiotic bomb, which inadvertently cured the asthma of the security guard, who turned out to be a young Clancy Wiggum, the man who would later become Springfield's chief of police. The raid succeeded. The germs were destroyed. But Mona made a mistake. As the group fled, she stopped to help someone who had been knocked down in the chaos. That someone was Burns. She helped him up. Burns saw her face. He identified her. He reported her to the FBI. From that moment, Mona Simpson was a fugitive. She could not go home. She could not contact her family. She could not hold her son or explain to him why she was disappearing. She kissed Homer goodbye while he slept and vanished into the night. Homer woke up and his mother was gone. For 27 years, he grew up believing he was the kind of son a mother would rather disappear than raise. That there was something about him, something fundamental and unfixable, that made the people who should have stayed leave instead. That belief, that core wound, shaped every subsequent relationship, every behavior pattern, every emotional defense Homer ever developed. Burns did not just identify Mona to the FBI. The show makes clear that he pursued her, actively, persistently, over decades. He held a personal grudge against a woman who had destroyed one of his weapons programs, and he used his resources, his connections, and his influence to ensure she could never return to her family without risk. When Mona finally does come back to Springfield in season 7, Burns spots her through a cab window almost immediately and calls the authorities. The FBI arrives at the Simpson house. Mona has to flee again. Homer has to say goodbye to his mother for the second time, this time understanding why she left, knowing who forced her out, and knowing that the man responsible is his own employer. Homer works for Burns. He has worked for Burns for his entire adult life. He earns his paycheck from the man who destroyed his family. And Homer does not connect these dots. He does not confront Burns. He does not quit. He does not even appear to fully process the relationship between the billionaire who signs his checks and the billionaire who stole his mother. This is not played as a joke, it is played as tragedy. Because Homer is not capable of making that connection. His brain does not work the way it would need to work to draw that line. The crayon, the radiation, the decades of cognitive erosion, Homer is too damaged to understand the architecture of his own suffering. He can feel it, he carries the weight of it, but he cannot see it clearly enough to act on it. And that is the conspiracy. Burns did not just ruin Mona's life. He engineered Homer's. By driving Mona away when Homer was a child, Burns guaranteed that Homer would grow up emotionally broken in precisely the ways that made him the ideal employee for a man like Burns. Desperate for approval, incapable of challenging authority, terrified of abandonment to the point of accepting any treatment from any employer rather than risk being left with nothing. Homer does not work at the nuclear power plant because he lacks the intelligence to find something better. Homer works at the nuclear power plant because Burns broke him as a child, and the broken version of Homer is exactly the kind of worker Burns needs at that facility. Compliant, obedient, grateful for any acknowledgement, incapable of resistance. The perfect man to put in the chair that holds the most important safety-related job in a facility with 342 violations. The show confirms the structural depth of this arrangement in a later episode. It is revealed that Burns and Grandpa Simpson had a deal. Burns had committed a crime, Abe discovered it. In exchange for Abe's silence, Burns guaranteed that Homer would have a job at the plant for life, unconditionally, no matter how many errors, no matter how many incidents, no matter how many times he should have been let go for cause, 742 documented mistakes, Homer would remain employed. Homer's extraordinary job security was not a cartoon convenience. It was a contractual obligation, brokered in secret between his father and his mother's persecutor. And it was never explained to Homer because explaining it would mean explaining everything else. That his grandfather made a deal with Burns. That his father lied about his mother being dead. That the man who employed him was the man who had been hunting his mother for decades. 3 generations of Simpsons, each one broken by one man's grudge in a different way. Mona fought back and lost everything. Abe covered up the truth and struck a deal to protect his son, not understanding, or perhaps understanding perfectly, what that protection would cost Homer in terms of autonomy, in terms of knowing himself, in terms of ever having a clear picture of why his life felt the way it did. And Homer inherited the consequences without ever knowing where they came from. The show proved what Homer could have been in the episode where the crayon is removed. With the crayon gone, Homer becomes intelligent, clear-eyed, capable of genuine engagement with the world around him. He sees Springfield. He sees his job. He sees the structures that have contained and diminished him. And it is unbearable. Not because intelligence is bad, but because intelligence in Springfield means seeing clearly. And seeing clearly in Springfield means seeing Burns' empire for what it is, and the system that props it up, and your own position within that system. The man Homer could have been the man he would have been if Mona had stayed. If Burns had not intervened, if the radiation had not done its work, and the crayon had never been there, and the deal had never been struck, that man exists. He is inside Homer's skull, trapped behind layers of damage that accumulated over a lifetime because one man needed a broken worker in Sector 7G. Homer chose to have the crayon replaced because being the unconstrained version of himself in Springfield was unbearable. But the choice was never really free. The conditions that made intelligence unbearable in Springfield were engineered by the same person who needed Homer to be the version that could tolerate it. Burns did not win because he is powerful. He won because he planned ahead. He understood, sometime around 1969, when a woman who destroyed one of his laboratories kissed her sleeping son goodbye and ran into the night, that the sleeping son could be useful. And Burns played the long game with a precision that only someone who has been alive for over a century could manage. He waited. He arranged. He maintained his deal with Abe. He kept his eye on Mona across 3 decades of her fugitive life. He gave Homer a job and made the job inescapable, and made the employment feel like grace rather than captivity. And Homer went to work at the plant every day, strangling his son when he got home in the evening, drinking beer on the couch, watching television in a house that ran on electricity generated by the man who took everything from his family before he was old enough to understand what was being taken. Mona Simpson died in a later season. Her death scene is one of the show's most quietly devastating. Homer sits beside her, holds her hand, watches the mother he barely knew slip away for the last time. No joke, no cutaway, no reset. Just a man and his mother and 27 stolen years pressing down on both of them simultaneously. The Simpsons is a comedy. It has always been a comedy. But underneath the gags, underneath 3 decades of Homer falling and getting back up, there is a story about a family that was systematically dismantled by one man's power and one town's inability to resist it. Mona fought and lost everything. Abe made a deal and buried the truth. Homer inherited the damage and never knew why his life felt so heavy. And Burns won. Burns always wins, because in Springfield, the man with the money writes the rules. And the rules say Homer Simpson will work at that plant until he dies. Because his grandfather made a deal. Because his mother made a choice. Because the richest and oldest man in town needed a broken man in Sector 7G. And Homer was broken before he ever clocked in for the first time. Section 8. The Predictions. How a cartoon rewrote American reality. Let us get the famous ones out of the way first, because you have probably seen them shared 1,000 times on social media, and the details matter more than the headlines suggest. The year 2000. An episode called Bart to the Future depicts a future in which Lisa Simpson has become the first female president of the United States. During the episode, she references the economic catastrophe left to her by her predecessor. That predecessor is identified as Donald Trump. The episode aired 16 years before Trump's actual election. 16 years. The show depicted a Trump presidency as a satirical observation about the absurd direction American politics was heading, and then America headed exactly in that direction. The internet response was enormous. Screenshots circulated everywhere. The phrase, "The Simpsons predicted it," became one of the most widely shared formulations on the internet, attached to that episode and to dozens of others. People who had not watched the show in years were suddenly sharing clips and asking the same question: how did they know? The list that followed that moment kept growing. In 1995, the show depicted what looked remarkably like a modern smartwatch. In 1994, Homer went to space alongside a famous astronaut, decades before commercial space tourism became a realistic concept. In 1998, a throwaway mathematical equation in the background of a scene appeared to predict the mass of the Higgs boson particle, which was not experimentally confirmed until 2012. In 1999, Homer proposed a theory suggesting the universe was shaped like a donut, and years later, cosmologists found radiation patterns suggesting the universe might genuinely be torus-shaped. In 1993, an episode called Marge in Chains depicted a flu virus originating in Asia, spreading to Springfield, triggering mass panic, supply shortages, and a frantic search for a cure. The episode aired 27 years before COVID-19. During the fictional outbreak, the townspeople accidentally released a swarm of killer bees which felt uncomfortably relevant when Asian giant hornets, dubbed murder hornets by the media, appeared in the United States in the middle of the actual 2020 pandemic. In 1996, an episode featured a joke about the hip-hop group Cypress Hill accidentally booking the London Symphony Orchestra for a performance. In 2024, 28 years later, Cypress Hill performed with the London Symphony Orchestra at the Royal Albert Hall. The joke became real across nearly 3 decades. In 1998, the show depicted the Disney Corporation acquiring 20th Century Fox. That acquisition actually happened in 2019. The list is long enough to fill its own dedicated production, And every time a new apparent prediction surfaces, the same mixture of amazement and suspicion follows. Are the writers oracles? Is there something genuinely prophetic happening in the writer's room? Is it conspiracy, coincidence, something else? The show's own producers have addressed this directly, and their explanation is straightforward to the point of bluntness. Al Jean, the show's long-running executive producer, put it plainly: if you throw enough darts at a wall, some of them will hit the bullseye. That is it. That is the mechanism. The Simpsons has produced nearly 800 episodes over 36 years. Each episode contains dozens of jokes, satirical observations, cultural references, and speculative extrapolations about American society, technology, politics, and the general direction of human civilization. When you generate that volume of content over that span of time, statistical probability alone guarantees that some portion of it will align with future events. Bill Oakley, who ran the show during several of its peak seasons, extended this. The episodes are so old that history has had time to repeat itself. Many of the supposed predictions are simply observations about patterns that have been cycling through American life for decades, and those patterns eventually produced outcomes that the show had already satirized. Fact-checking organizations have examined the most famous cases systematically and found that the majority of apparent predictions have mundane explanations. The show did not predict Trump's presidency. The writers observed that Trump had been publicly flirting with the idea of running for national office since the 1980s and extrapolated the satirical endpoint of celebrity-driven political culture. The show did not predict the Disney-Fox merger. The writers observed that media consolidation had been an accelerating trend for years and wrote a joke about its logical conclusion. The smartwatch was not a prediction. The writers observed that technology was getting smaller and more personal and imagined a wrist-bound computer. The Simpsons writing staff is, by the standards of American television, extraordinarily well-educated. Multiple writers hold advanced degrees from Harvard, Yale, and comparable institutions. Many have backgrounds in mathematics, hard sciences, computer science, and political theory. These are not people making random guesses. They are highly educated observers of American culture who spend their professional lives studying trends, analyzing patterns, and following current trajectories to their logical and absurd conclusions. They are not predicting the future. They are reading the present more carefully than most people do and pushing it forward a few steps to find the joke. This explains the majority of the predictions, but it does not explain all of them. Some of the coincidences are specific enough that statistical probability starts to feel inadequate as a complete account. The Trump prediction did not merely foresee that a celebrity might run for president. It named Trump specifically and showed him descending an escalator in a visual sequence that mirrors with uncomfortable precision the announcement he made in 2015. The Siegfried and Roy episode did not merely make a joke about exotic animals being dangerous. It depicted a white tiger attacking a performer in a manner that closely parallels what actually happened in 2003 when Roy Horn was critically injured by one of the act's tigers. These are not vague trend extrapolations finding accidental resonance with distant future events. These are specific visual and narrative details, aligning with subsequent reality in ways that feel qualitatively different from coincidence, even when you understand intellectually that coincidence is the most parsimonious explanation. This is where the most interesting theory about the predictions comes in. The one that does not require either supernatural explanation or dismissive coincidence. The Simpsons does not predict the future. The Simpsons shapes the future, not through prophecy or magic, but through the most prosaic mechanism available: cultural influence operating at scale over an extended time period. The Simpsons is one of the most widely watched, most quoted, most deeply embedded pieces of American popular media in history. It has been running continuously for longer than most of its current audience has been alive. Its jokes have become part of the American cultural lexicon. Its observations have become part of how Americans understand their own national character. When The Simpsons makes a joke about Trump becoming president, that joke enters the cultural bloodstream. Millions of people see it. It circulates. It becomes a reference point, something people invoke at dinner tables, share in conversations, return to when they see Trump in the news. The joke does not predict the future. The joke makes the future feel familiar before it arrives. It primes the cultural imagination. It makes the concept of a Trump presidency feel less like an impossible scenario and more like an inevitable punchline that has already been written, already been laughed at, already been absorbed into the cultural common knowledge. When the punchline actually arrives when reality catches up to the joke, it does not feel like something new. It feels like recognition, like remembering. The audience has already been prepared for this outcome by years of satirical anticipation. The Simpsons did not predict it. The Simpsons made it feel inevitable. The same logic applies to the Disney-Fox merger. The show did not foresee a specific corporate transaction. The show made media consolidation feel like the obvious direction of travel, so obvious that when it actually happened, the cultural response was not shock but a sense of arriving somewhere that had always been the destination. Of course they merged. The Simpsons already told us this would happen. This is a meaningful distinction. The show's satire does not forecast the future. It normalizes the future. It takes forces that are already in motion, trends that are already established, and presents their conclusions as accomplished facts before those conclusions materialize. The audience, having lived with those satirized conclusions for years, does not experience the eventual arrival as prediction. They experience it as the world finally catching up to the joke. And here is the deeper observation, one that the show itself has been making consistently across its entire run, in episode after episode, season after season. Springfield does not reflect America. America has become Springfield. The show held up a mirror for 36 years. We stared into it long enough that we started to resemble what we saw. The corrupt billionaire who owns the power source. The incompetent safety official protecting nobody. The government that fails every time it is needed. The population too distracted and too comfortable to notice how thoroughly they are being exploited. The endless cycle of catastrophe and reset where disasters happen, everyone reacts, and then life resumes as though nothing occurred. Springfield is not a prophecy of where America was heading. Springfield is a diagnosis of where America already was when the show began. The writers wrote it down first. That is what made it feel like prediction. It was already true. There is one more piece of this that deserves attention. The predictions that did not come true. Thousands of them. Jetpacks, moon colonies, political outcomes that went the other direction, social shifts that never materialized, technological visions that remain science fiction. Nobody screenshots those. Nobody builds threads about them on social media. Nobody asks why the show's vision of a particular future failed to manifest. The failed predictions are invisible precisely because they failed. Only the hits survive in the public memory because confirmation bias operates in a single direction. We remember the times The Simpsons was right. We do not track the times it was wrong. And when you take 800 episodes containing thousands of satirical predictions about the trajectory of American culture, then filter those predictions through a confirmation bias mechanism as powerful as the collective internet memory, and retain only the accurate ones, what you end up with is a highlight reel that looks exactly like prophecy. The predictions are not supernatural. They are the natural output of a brilliantly written show running for an impossibly long time, staffed by people who read the present more carefully than most, producing more satirical content about American society than any other show in television history, and then having that content filtered through the most powerful confirmation bias engine ever built. The Simpsons did not write the future. The Simpsons wrote so many possible futures that enough of them were guaranteed to arrive, and the ones that did are the only ones anyone remembers. But even understanding the mechanism fully, even knowing exactly how the trick works, it is still genuinely impressive to watch. 36 years. Nearly 800 episodes. Thousands of satirical observations about where American life was headed, and enough accurate ones to make even the show's own writers pause sometimes and sit with the question of whether they know something they should not. Section 9. Where is Springfield, the town that refuses to be found? Springfield is the most famous fictional town in American history. More people can identify Springfield than can name the capital of most actual states in the country. It has a nuclear power plant, a tire fire, a gorge, a harbor, a monorail, an elementary school, a prison, multiple hospitals, and a quick E-Mart. It has mountains and oceans and deserts and farmland and forests. It borders Ohio, Nevada, Maine, and Kentucky, depending on which episode you are watching. It sits on the coast and in the heartland and near the Canadian border and somewhere uncomfortably close to Mexico, all simultaneously depending on which clue you choose to prioritize. Springfield does not exist in any one state. Springfield exists in all of them at once. The show has been deliberately contradicting itself about Springfield's location for its entire run. Every time a detail surfaces that seems to narrow the possibilities, another detail appears in a later episode that demolishes the previous conclusion. In one episode, Springfield is in the north. In another, it is definitively southern in its geography and culture. Lisa's area code in an early season starts with 636, which is a Missouri exchange. The state abbreviation shown in one episode is NT, which is not a real state abbreviation. When Homer calls the state capital in another episode, the voice on the other end confirms only that the state name begins with a vowel. That narrows the field while keeping dozens of possibilities viable, which is itself a kind of answer. The answer is designed to be ambiguous. The show teases resolutions and pulls them back over and over for 36 years. Matt Groening, the show's creator, addressed this in a 2012 interview with Smithsonian Magazine. He said he named the town after Springfield, Oregon because he grew up near it, and because Springfield is one of the most common city names in America. There are Springfields in almost every state, which was part of the appeal. He wanted every viewer to be able to look at the name and feel the faint possibility that this could be their Springfield. For approximately 48 hours after that interview, the mystery was technically solved. Springfield was in Oregon, case closed. Then the show continued airing, and the episodes that followed placed Springfield in geographic contexts entirely inconsistent with Oregon. The writers did not honor Groening's confession. They kept the contradiction alive. They maintained the ambiguity because the ambiguity was never incidental, it was always the point. Springfield's geographic impossibility is not a continuity failure. It is the show's most sophisticated long-running joke. The town has oceanfront property and mountain ranges and active desert and accessible farmland and dense forest, all within plausible driving distance of each other. No real American town combines those features. Springfield is an architectural Frankenstein assembled from pieces of every American place that has ever existed, stitched together without regard for what geographic sense it makes. It has the industrial decay of the Rust Belt. It has the suburban sprawl of the Sun Belt. It has the small-town insularity of New England and the cultural blankness of the Midwest. It is everywhere. It is the town you grew up in regardless of where you actually grew up, because it contains elements of every American community rather than the specific elements of any single one. This is the surface-level explanation, and it is true. Groening and the writers have confirmed it. The show is designed to feel familiar to the broadest possible American audience by being set in a place that could be theirs. Springfield's universality is the geographic impossibility's stated purpose. But hold that against the radiation theory for a moment. If Springfield is a contamination zone, if the laws of biology have been warped by decades of nuclear exposure, if the people living there can have 4 fingers and yellow skin and survive injuries that should kill them and not age for 36 years, why? Should the laws of geography be exempt? If human biology in Springfield does not follow normal rules, why should the physical landscape? Maybe Springfield has both mountains and ocean, because the contamination does not just alter biology. Maybe it warps the space around the town in ways that compress geographic features that would normally be hundreds of miles apart into a single impossible region. Maybe the radiation has done to the landscape what it did to the fish, mutated it, given it an extra feature, made it something it should not be by the normal rules of the world. Blinky, the three-eyed fish, is a physical impossibility that the show presents as the direct result of the plant's contamination. Springfield's geography is a geographic impossibility that the show presents as just how the show is. But within the radiation framework, the mechanism could be the same. The plant changed what should exist in that space. Hold it against the coma theory instead, and the explanation shifts but becomes equally coherent. Homer's dreaming brain does not have a precise, accurate map of America in its memory. It has fragments, impressions, emotional associations, the mountains from a vacation he took once, the ocean from a commercial he saw on the hospital room television, the desert from a film playing somewhere near his bed, the farmland from driving through the middle of the country on a trip he vaguely remembers. His unconscious mind assembled Springfield from every American landscape he ever encountered or absorbed, layering them together without any concern for whether the resulting geography made sense. Because dreams do not have geographic logic, they have emotional logic. They assemble space from feeling rather than from fact. And Springfield feels like America because it was built from Homer's accumulated memory of America, which is scattered, incomplete, held together by longing and familiarity rather than by any coherent spatial understanding. The town is everywhere because Homer has been everywhere in fragments. And in the dream, all those fragments occupy the same space. Hold it against the principle and the pauper theory, the Springfield as collective denial reading and the geographic impossibility takes on a different, more practical dimension. You cannot investigate a town you cannot find. You cannot bring federal charges against a nuclear power plant if the state it operates in keeps shifting. You cannot hold a billionaire accountable for environmental contamination if the regulatory jurisdiction over his facility is perpetually undefined. You cannot enforce federal environmental law consistently in a community that refuses to stay in one place on the map. Springfield's geographic uncertainty is a legal shield. A town with no fixed location has no fixed regulatory authority, no consistent EPA oversight, no permanent state attorney general whose jurisdiction clearly covers it, no obvious federal district court with clear jurisdiction over its cases. The town floats between states because floating is safer than landing. And landing means accountability. Landing means someone arrives with a map and a badge and starts asking questions about the three-eyed fish and the cracked cooling towers and the billionaire who claims to personally remember events from the late 19th century. The show gave this away in one of its own episodes. Behind the Laughter, the season 12 mockumentary about the Simpson family as a real-life television phenomenon, finally identified Springfield's location. In the original broadcast, the family was from northern Kentucky. In syndicated reruns, the location was changed to a different state entirely. The answer literally depends on which version of the episode you are watching. The show gave you the truth, and then changed the truth based on the broadcast format. The answer is real until it is not real, valid until it is revised. That is not a clerical error. That is the show demonstrating, through a fact about its own production, that even definitive answers in this universe are not actually definitive. Even when Springfield has a location, that location is not permanent. It shifts. It mutates. It refuses to stay pinned down, just like every other truth in Springfield that gets uncomfortable enough to warrant official revision. Every state in the Union has been seriously proposed as Springfield's location at some point. Every theory has evidence, and every theory has contradicting evidence. The show has cultivated this state of permanent ambiguity with a deliberateness that becomes visible once you look for it. Springfield will not be located, not because the show cannot decide. It decided long ago that the answer should never arrive. Springfield is more valuable as an unsolved mystery than as a pinned location on a map. Because a town that could be anywhere is a town that belongs to everyone. And a town that belongs to everyone is a town that nobody has clear authority to shut down, clean up, or hold accountable for what it has been doing to the people inside it. The most famous fictional town in American history refuses to tell you where it is. And that refusal is not an oversight. It is the first line of defense. Section 10. Ned Flanders in the darkness, hiding behind perfect kindness. On the surface, Ned Flanders is everything Homer Simpson is not. He is kind where Homer is selfish, patient where Homer is impulsive, disciplined where Homer is chaotic, generous where Homer is acquisitive, faithful where Homer is spiritually casual at best. He is physically fit, he is financially responsible. He is by every observable metric a better neighbor, a better father, and a better member of the Springfield community than the man who lives across the street. And the show has been quietly punishing him for it for 36 years. Let us start with Maude. Ned's wife, Maude Flanders, was killed in a freak accident at the Springfield Motor Speedway. A promotional t-shirt cannon misfired. The shirts were aimed at the spectators in the stands, and Homer, startled by the cannon fire, ducked at the wrong moment. The shirts flew over him and struck Maude instead, knocking her backward off the bleachers. She fell. She died. Homer's reflexive selfishness, his instinct to protect himself without any thought for the person standing next to him, literally killed Ned's wife. This was not a metaphor. This was not a joke with a quick resolution. This was a direct causal line from Homer's behavior to Maude's death, and Ned forgave him. Because that is what Ned does. He absorbs catastrophe and responds with grace and patience and the faith that God has a plan, even when the plan involves his wife being knocked off a stadium bleacher by a novelty t-shirt. The thing about Ned's forgiveness is that it looks like virtue until you understand what it actually is. In the episode where a hurricane destroys Ned's house and the community attempts to rebuild it, producing a structure so shoddily constructed that it collapses within moments of being revealed, Ned finally breaks. He has a complete psychological collapse. He screams at the town. He unloads on everyone who has wronged him, names every slight, articulates every grievance he has been carrying in silence. He says things he has clearly been suppressing for decades. He insults people with a precision and an accuracy that suggests these observations have been building in him for years, held behind a dam that has finally given way. And then he is institutionalized. He is committed to a mental health facility where a doctor reveals something about Ned's past that reframes his entire character. Ned was not always the man Springfield knows. As a child, he was violent and uncontrollable. His parents, beatnik hippies who did not believe in discipline of any kind, eventually brought him to a psychiatrist. That psychiatrist spent years conditioning the aggression out of Ned through intensive behavioral modification. He systematically reprogrammed a child, essentially beating the rage out of him through therapeutic technique, until the feral, angry child underneath was locked behind a structure of enforced kindness. Ned's niceness is not a personality trait. It is a psychological cage built around someone who was never given the tools to manage his own emotions naturally. His patience with Homer is not saintly forbearance. It is pathological suppression. He cannot express the anger that any reasonable person would feel because his brain was rewired as a child to suppress that response no matter what triggers it. His faith is not straightforward spiritual conviction. It is a coping mechanism for a man who needs an external organizing framework to explain why he keeps suffering while doing everything right. If God has a plan, then Maude's death has meaning. Then Homer's behavior has a place in a larger design that will eventually resolve justly. Without that framework, the alternative is facing the possibility that he has done everything correctly and the universe simply does not care. His forgiveness of Homer after Maude's death is not grace. It is the programmed output of a man who was conditioned as a child to never, under any circumstances, allow himself to feel the full weight of his own rage. What lives underneath that programming, the person Ned actually is rather than the person his therapy constructed, emerges during the hurricane episode. And what emerges is not evil, it is despair. A bottomless, howling despair at having spent a lifetime performing goodness for an audience that does not appreciate it and a God who does not respond to it. The show knows this is what Ned is. It has shown you what happens when the conditioning fails. When Ned breaks, the thing that comes out is not the mild-mannered neighbor performing a slightly more intense version of his usual self. It is someone who has been holding an enormous amount of pain in place through enormous effort for an enormous amount of time. The magnitude of the suppression reveals the magnitude of what was suppressed. But the darkest element of Ned's story is theological. God talks to Homer. This is established canon. Homer has had direct, face-to-face conversations with God on multiple occasions. The show has depicted these conversations with a mixture of comedy and genuine warmth. Homer, the bumbling, imperfect, barely functional human being, having direct access to the divine. God knows Homer's name. God seeks Homer out. God finds Homer's particular brand of stupidity either endearing or cosmically useful. God has never spoken to Ned Flanders. Ned is in church every Sunday without fail. He prays, he reads scripture, he structures his entire life around his faith. He tries every day to live in accordance with what he believes his faith requires of him. He is the most genuinely, actively religious character in Springfield. He is possibly the most religiously observant recurring character in the entire history of American primetime animation, and God ignores him. The man who skips church and watches football on the couch and treats his faith as a social formality gets divine conversation. The man who has organized his whole existence around that faith gets silence. This is not accidental. The show has set this contrast up deliberately and returned to it across multiple seasons. Homer's relationship with God is casual and reciprocal. Ned's is devoted and unanswered. That is the show's thesis statement about goodness in Springfield. Goodness is not rewarded. Kindness is not protected. Faith is not answered. The system, whether you call it Burns's empire, or the radiation theory, or the coma, or the simple indifference of a universe that does not grade on effort, does not care about moral behavior, it cares about compliance. And Ned is the most compliant man in Springfield, not because compliance is his nature, but because he was programmed for it before he had any say in the matter. His reward is a dead wife, a poorly rebuilt house, a neighbor who will never appreciate what Ned has extended to him across 36 years of consistent generosity, and a God who talks to everyone except the one person who is actually listening. There is a reading of Ned that goes even darker than this, though it requires following the thread of the behavioral modification backstory to its logical end. If Ned's kindness is the product of therapeutic reprogramming, rather than authentic character development, then Ned does not actually know who he is. He has been presenting a constructed persona for so long, since childhood, that the construction may have replaced whatever was underneath. The angry child who was conditioned into submission may have been buried so thoroughly that Ned cannot access him anymore, cannot remember clearly what it felt like to be that child, cannot distinguish between the feelings he actually has and the responses his conditioning produces in their place. This makes the hurricane breakdown more significant than it first appears. That is not merely Ned losing control. That might be the only moment in his adult life when something genuinely authentic has found its way out. The years of accumulated grief and frustration and loss and unacknowledged suffering, those are real emotions, authentically felt, even if the conditioning usually prevents them from surfacing. The breakdown is Ned being real for a few minutes in an adult life that has otherwise been theater, and Springfield institutionalizes him for it. The town sends the one person who is finally being honest to a mental health facility. They restore the conditioning. They send him back as the neighbor everyone is comfortable with. They do to Ned what they do to every truth that becomes inconvenient. They contain it, they suppress it, and they send the version they prefer back out into the community. Ned Flanders and Homer Simpson have lived across the street from each other for 36 years. They represent two different ways of existing inside a system that is broken in all the ways Springfield is broken. Homer does everything wrong and the system absorbs it. He fails, he damages, he causes harm, and the show's structure and Springfield's collective denial mechanisms reset the consequences and give him another turn. His wrongness is never definitively punished because the show needs him functional and the town needs the cognitive dissonance intact. Ned does everything right and the system punishes him for it. Because rightness in Springfield is not a path to reward. It is a path to visibility, and visibility in Springfield is dangerous because it invites the scrutiny that might begin to unravel the arrangement everyone has silently agreed to maintain. Homer's relationship with Springfield is sustainable because Homer does not see clearly enough to threaten it. Ned's relationship with Springfield is punishing because Ned sees too well. He sees the injustice. He feels it. The conditioning prevents him from acting on what he sees, but it cannot prevent him from seeing it. And that clarity, held inside and never released, accumulated across 36 years of absorbing damage while performing patience, that is what the hurricane finally lets out. Homer and Ned are not just neighbors. They are the show's two competing arguments about how to survive a world that is indifferent to your effort. Homer's argument is, do not notice. Stay comfortable in the fog. The fog is terrible, but it is warm. Ned's argument is, be good regardless. Do it for its own sake. The argument is morally correct and the show demonstrates, consistently and without sentimentality, that it does not work. Not in Springfield. Not in the system Springfield represents. The gap between them has never once closed. It was not designed to close. The system keeps Homer at the plant and Ned at the church and Burns at the top and everyone exactly where they are in a loop that makes goodness invisible and survival dependent on looking the other way. Section 11. Hans Moleman, Death Loops, and Springfield's Forgotten Bodies. Hans Moleman is very small. He is nearly blind. He appears to be somewhere in his 80s or 90s based on his general presentation, the deep lines, the shuffling walk, the glasses that make his eyes look like distant raisins. He wanders through the background of Springfield scenes as a piece of furniture that the show occasionally chooses to interact with directly. He is also, by any conservative estimate, the most frequently killed character in the history of American animation. The show has killed Hans Moleman dozens of times. Not in the non-canonical Halloween episodes. Not in explicitly framed dream sequences. In regular episodes in the show's primary timeline, in the same continuity that contains Homer's coma and Burns's immortality and Mona Simpson's flight from federal prosecution. He gets hit by cars, he gets crushed by falling objects, he gets buried alive. He is eaten by animals on more than one occasion. He is struck by lightning, incinerated, swallowed, and run over repeatedly across decades of storytelling. Each time, the camera lingers on the death long enough to confirm it is happening. Each time, Moleman appears in a subsequent episode completely fine, with no explanation and no acknowledgement that he was dead a few episodes ago. Most fans accept this as a running gag and move on. He dies a lot. It is funny. That is the entirety of the intended reading. But through the frameworks we have been developing, Moleman's death cycle is one of the most genuinely strange recurring phenomena in the show. If the radiation theory is true, Moleman might represent the most extreme mutation in Springfield, where Homer's mutation made him nearly indestructible through physical resilience and enhanced recovery. Homer absorbs damage and heals at an implausible rate. Moleman's mutation may have done something even more radical. He may be capable of actual biological reconstitution after fatal trauma. He does not merely survive damage. He dies and comes back. His body ceases to function, and then it functions again, as though death in Springfield is a temporary condition for certain residents rather than a permanent one. The radiation is already altering biological systems in ways that have no analog in normal human physiology. The three-eyed fish, Homer's recovery rate, Burns's disease equilibrium. If the contamination can produce those effects, what stops it from producing an organism whose cellular structure can reconstitute after catastrophic failure? Moleman's repeated deaths would not be a cartoon absurdity under this reading. They would be the most extreme visible manifestation of what the plant has done to Springfield's biology. There is one detail about Moleman that the show introduces casually and never returns to, and it is genuinely disturbing once you sit with it. In one episode, Moleman states his age as 31 years old. 31. Look at the character as the show has drawn him for 36 seasons. He presents as elderly by any reasonable visual assessment. If he is telling the truth about his age and there is nothing in the episode to suggest he is lying or joking, then something aged him catastrophically long before his time. Something took a young man and transformed him into someone who appears decades older than he is. Something that simultaneously, apparently, made him capable of surviving or recovering from repeated fatal events. The same force that aged him prematurely may have done something else to his biology alongside the visible aging. The radiation theory's answer, the plant's contamination affected him differently than it affected other residents, accelerating his physical deterioration while simultaneously enhancing his capacity for recovery. The external damage visible in his appearance is the cost. The repeated survival is the strange benefit. He got worse and better at the same time, in different biological registers. If the coma theory is true, Moleman's death cycle serves a different function. He is a minor character in Homer's dream, a piece of background detail that Homer's unconscious mind uses to populate Springfield without investing in his continuity. When Moleman dies in one episode, Homer's dreaming brain simply reinstates him for the next one, because the dream needs someone in that narrative slot. And Homer's memory of Moleman is strong enough to keep generating him without needing to track what happened to him last week. He is not a person in this reading. He is a recurring extra in a dream production that has been running for over 30 years, killed and restored as often as the script requires, because the dreaming mind that generates him does not maintain his continuity between cycles. If the collective denial theory from the Tamzarian episode is true, then Moleman's deaths are simply another item on the long list of things Springfield has agreed not to notice. A man dies in public, in front of witnesses, multiple times. The town has normalized this, the way it has normalized everything else that should demand investigation. Three-eyed fish, a billionaire who glows in the dark, a baby who shot a man, a principal who lived inside a stolen identity for 20 years, and a tiny elderly man who dies every few weeks and keeps showing up for more. Springfield does not investigate because investigation leads to questions, and questions in Springfield are how you end up tied to a railroad car. The show does not give Molman a resolution. It does not explain his situation or tie his repeated deaths to any of the larger theories. It uses him as a gag and moves on, but his existence, once you apply the frameworks the show has built across 36 years, becomes one of the most compelling evidence points for the radiation theory's most extreme claim, that Springfield's contamination has altered the fundamental biology of the town's residents in ways that go all the way down to what it means for something to be alive. There is a companion to the Molman question that deserves attention before we move on. Springfield has a body count that almost nobody discusses. The show has depicted characters dying across its entire run, not just Molman's death loop deaths, but genuine, canonical, acknowledged deaths. Maud Flanders. Frank Grimes, the competent engineer who came to Springfield, saw it clearly and was driven to madness by the fact that Homer's incompetence was being rewarded while his competence was irrelevant, and who died as a direct consequence of encountering the logic of Springfield unprotected. Bleeding Gums Murphy. Various characters who appear and disappear without the show ever confirming what happened to them. Frank Grimes deserves particular attention because he is the show's only character who responds to Springfield the way a rational external person would. He sees Homer. He sees what Homer does. He sees the rewards Homer receives and the consequences Homer never faces. And he goes mad. He dies reenacting Homer's behavior in a reactor facility to prove that the outcomes should be different, and he is electrocuted. His death is played for laughs at Homer's expense. Frank Grimes is what happens when someone from outside the contamination zone, someone without decades of neurological damage from the water and the air and the plant, encounters Springfield's reality without the protective fog that the residents have developed. He sees it clearly, he understands it, and the clarity destroys him, because there is no framework available to a rational, undamaged mind that can make sense of what Springfield is. Springfield killed Frank Grimes not through malice but through exposure. He was not built for what he found there. And the town moved on, the way it always does, and Homer attended the funeral and fell asleep during the service and woke up asking for a hot dog. The forgotten bodies of Springfield are not evidence of violence. They are evidence of a town that processes death the same way it processes every other inconvenient truth, by normalizing it until it disappears from active memory and by immediately resetting to whatever version of normal comes next. Section 12. The Floating Timeline. Why nobody ages and what that actually means. Bart Simpson was 10 years old when The Simpsons debuted on the 17th of December, 1989. He is 10 years old right now, in the current season, in the current episode. Lisa was 8 then and is 8 now. Maggie was 1 and is still 1. Homer and Marge were in their mid-30s and remain in their mid-30s. 36 years have passed in the real world. 0 years have passed in Springfield. The industry term for this is the floating timeline. The show's present is always the viewer's present. When an episode airs in 2025, the characters are living in 2025. When it aired in 1995, they were living in 1995. The year advances, the technology updates, the cultural references refresh, the world around them changes continuously, and the characters themselves remain locked at the ages they were when the show began. Every technological and cultural marker of the era enters the show. Nothing about the people inside it moves forward in time. This is how long-running animated shows work. It is the standard approach. Most viewers accept it without much thought, and it fades into the background of watching the show as a normal practice. But The Simpsons has been running long enough that the floating timeline has accumulated contradictions so massive that they have started to crack the foundation of whatever internal consistency the show maintains. The most obvious problem is the backstory. When the show began, Homer and Marge's shared history was grounded in specific, era-accurate detail. They met in high school during the late 1970s. They fell in love. They had Bart. Their entire courtship was anchored to a particular historical moment, complete with the music, the fashion, the cultural references, and the particular social texture of that era. It was a specific time that made coherent sense for a couple who were in their mid-30s during the late 1980s. As the floating timeline dragged the present forward, the backstory had to move with it. If Homer and Marge are still in their mid-30s in 2025, they did not meet in 1979. They met somewhere around 2005, which means their adolescence was not shaped by Watergate and disco but by early social media and the cultural landscape of the 2000s. Their shared memory of youth, the music they slow danced to, the events they lived through together, the references that make them who they are, none of it can stay where the show originally placed it. The show has handled this by rewriting the backstory. Multiple times, Homer and Marge's origin story has been retold across different decades as the timeline floated forward, placing their formative years in each new decade in turn. They were briefly products of the 1970s, then the 1980s, then the 1990s, then the 2000s. Each version of the story is told as though it is definitive. Each version is rendered obsolete by the next one. This means Homer and Marge do not have a fixed past. They have a past that is continuously rewritten to maintain the illusion of a permanent present. Their memories are not stable. Their history is a draft under constant revision. And the characters themselves never appear to notice, because the show treats the revisions as invisible, never drawing attention to the fact that the events being described now contradict the events that were described in earlier seasons. Now, run every theory we have discussed across this phenomenon. The coma theory says nobody ages because they exist inside the frozen mind of an unconscious man who went under in April 1993. Homer cannot imagine his children growing up because he was not there to see it happen. His brain has no reference material for what an older Bart or a grown Lisa would look like. It can only generate the image of them as they were the last time he was conscious. The timeline floats because unconscious minds do not track calendar time. The dream does not know what year it is. It knows only what it contains, and what it contains is frozen at the last moment of awareness. The radiation theory says nobody ages because their biological aging process has been so fundamentally disrupted by decades of nuclear contamination that normal cellular aging no longer applies to them. The mutation that turned their skin yellow and gave the fish 3 eyes also interfered with the mechanisms that govern how cells deteriorate over time. The contamination did not merely alter their appearance, it altered the clock. The collective denial theory, the Tamsarian reading, says nobody ages because Springfield's social contract includes an agreement not to acknowledge the passage of time in its residents. The same mechanism that voted to erase the real Seymour Skinner operates every day to maintain the fiction that Homer is still in his mid-30s and Bart is still 10. The town has collectively agreed not to notice, and noticing is exactly how you end up expelled. Burns's immortality theory says at least one resident of Springfield has already demonstrated that aging is negotiable in this universe. If the oldest man in town has been kept alive past the century mark through technological and medical intervention, then the concept of age as a fixed progression has already been broken in Springfield. Burns's existence proves the rule can be suspended. The others might represent a different application of the same disruption. The prediction theory, in its most expansive form, says Springfield exists in a feedback loop with American culture that has made the boundary between fiction and reality unstable in both directions. If the show has shaped reality as much as it has reflected it, then perhaps the characters exist in a genuine middle ground between fiction and something more not real enough to age, not fictional enough to simply be ignored as narrative constructs. All of these theories, approached from entirely different directions, arrive at the same destination. Time does not work in Springfield. Something has broken its normal operation. Whether that something is radiation or coma or collective agreement or engineered immortality or cultural feedback, the result is the same. The characters are caught in a loop, cycling through variations of the same lives without the progression that time normally enforces on living things. The show has imagined its characters aging. It has done this several times. In the season 6 episode Lisa's Wedding, the show flashes forward to Lisa as a 23-year-old woman, engaged to be married, living the life her particular combination of intelligence and idealism would logically produce. The episode is detailed, emotionally rich, and entirely convincing as a portrait of who Lisa would become. She is recognizably herself, the same principles, the same loneliness, the same searching quality, but grown up, navigating a world as an adult that she is experiencing the turbulence of in her current 8-year-old form. It is a beautiful episode, and it proves that the show is capable of imagining the future of these characters. It can see who they would become. It chooses not to let them become it. The flash forward is a single episode, framed as a vision of what might be, and then it closes. Lisa returns to 8. Bart returns to 10. The future is sealed away, and the permanent present resumes as though the glimpse never happened. The show can imagine growth. It refuses to allow it. This is where the floating timeline becomes something larger than a narrative device for a cartoon. It becomes a statement about what these characters mean to the audience that has been watching them for longer than most current viewers have been alive. The Simpsons are the American family. They have been the American family for over 3 decades, across more episodes than any other scripted show in television history. And the American family, as The Simpsons has held it, cannot be allowed to change. Homer must stay middle-aged. Marge must stay patient. Bart must stay rebellious. Lisa must stay idealistic. Maggie must stay silent. The dynamic must be preserved. The structure must hold. Because the moment the Simpson family is allowed to age, the moment Bart goes to college and Lisa leaves for somewhere more worthy of her, and Maggie finally starts talking, and Homer retires, and Marge is alone in a house that used to be full, the show stops being a comedy. It becomes something else. It becomes a story about time passing and people growing up and families changing and endings arriving, which is the story every real family lives. America does not want that story from The Simpsons. America wants the version where the kids are always young and the parents are always together and the house always looks the same. Where the couch gag always plays and Sunday nights at 8 always deliver the same reliable comfort of people you have known for decades, unchanged, exactly where you left them. The floating timeline is not a production convenience. It is the show's thesis. The Simpsons are frozen in time because the audience needs them to be. They represent something that the audience cannot afford to let go. A version of the American family that is messy and chaotic and loving and infuriating and indestructible, surviving every disaster, resetting after every catastrophe, starting fresh every week. If the family ages, that image breaks. The illusion of permanence ends. And what replaces it is the truth that 36 years have passed, that the world has changed, that the couch where you sat as a kid to watch the opening credits might be gone, or in someone else's living room, or in a landfill. As long as The Simpsons runs, as long as Bart is 10 and Lisa is 8, and the loop keeps floating, as long as Homer stumbles through the door after another day at the plant and the family gathers on the couch, the audience does not have to acknowledge any of that. They can sit down, they can turn on the television, and they can go home to Evergreen Terrace. The loop is not Springfield's prison. It is the audience's. We built it. We maintain it by watching. And every time we tune in, every time we laugh at a joke from an episode that aired before most of us were born, we tighten the loop a little more. We make it a little harder for The Simpsons to age, to change, to move through time the way everything that is alive eventually must. Because if they escape, if the timeline stops floating and starts landing, if Bart turns 11 and Lisa turns 9 and Maggie finally says her second word, then the show ends. And ending means admitting that the America The Simpsons represents, the particular version of middle-class family life it has been preserving in amber since 1989, was always temporary, was always fragile, was always one birthday away from becoming something we would not recognize anymore. The Simpsons are trapped in a loop because we trapped them there. We pressed pause in 1989 and we have never once pressed play. And here we are, 36 years later, watching the same family in the same house, on the same street, in the same impossible town, waiting for something to change, knowing nothing will, because we will not let it. Section 13. The secondary characters who carry hidden tragedies. The Simpsons is often discussed as a show about 5 people and the town they inhabit. Homer, Marge, Bart, Lisa, Maggie, and Springfield in the background. But Springfield is not background. Springfield is populated by dozens of recurring characters who each carry their own quietly devastating storylines, most of which the show introduces and then leaves deliberately unresolved. These are the people who live in the margins of the main narrative, whose tragedies the show flashes past without dwelling on, whose lives are shaped by the same broken system that shapes Homer's, but who lack the narrative centrality to have their situations examined in full. Start with Frank Grimes, because Frank Grimes is the show's most explicit attempt to force a confrontation with its own logic. Frank Grimes arrived in Springfield as a capable, hard-working, fundamentally normal human being. His backstory was not played for laughs, it was genuinely grim. He grew up in poverty. He worked his way up through legitimate effort. He studied. He earned his qualifications. He arrived at the Springfield nuclear power plant as a competent professional, and he was immediately placed in an environment where his competence was not merely unappreciated but actively irrelevable. Homer, his co-worker, had none of his qualifications. Homer had caused dozens of documented nuclear incidents. Homer slept at his workstation. Homer ate donuts during reactor warnings. Homer had achieved the same job title as Grimes through institutional inertia and a secret deal between his grandfather and his employer, while Grimes had achieved the same title through years of genuine effort. And the show's logic was entirely indifferent to this distinction. The universe of Springfield did not acknowledge the difference between Homer's path and Grimes's path in terms of outcomes. Homer's job was secure regardless of his performance. Grimes's competence earned him no protection and no advantage. He had done everything right. The system treated him identically to actually worse than the man who had done nothing right. Grimes could not process this. His mind, unprotected by the neurological fog that the radiation and the communal denial have given Springfield's permanent residents, perceived the situation with complete clarity. He saw what Homer was. He saw what Homer was permitted to be. He saw the gap between how things should work and how they actually worked, and that gap was not something he could integrate into a functional worldview. He went mad. He reenacted Homer's careless behavior at a reactor to demonstrate the injustice, and he was electrocuted. He died. Homer fell asleep during the funeral. Frank Grimes is what happens when the Springfield system encounters someone who has not been acclimated to it. He is the control condition in the experiment. A person from outside the contamination zone, without the neurological buffering that long-term Springfield residents have developed, exposed to full-strength Springfield reality without protective conditioning. The result is rapid psychological deterioration and death. Grimes's story is the show being honest about what Springfield does to people who see it clearly. It cannot be tolerated. The clarity is fatal. Then there is Barney Gumble, who represents a different kind of tragedy, one about potential that never found its context. Early seasons established that Barney, before alcoholism consumed him, was a genuinely intelligent, capable person. There is a flashback in which young Barney is sitting on the steps of Harvard, having just received his acceptance letter, when Homer arrives with a beer and sets him on the path that leads directly to Moe's Tavern and 36 years of dissolution. One beer, one afternoon, one encounter with Homer's carelessness about consequences. The show plays this for comedy and moves on. But what it has actually depicted is someone whose entire potential was redirected by a single impulsive moment, and who has been living in the aftershock ever since. The version of Barney who sat on those Harvard steps exists somewhere inside the man slumped at the end of the bar. He is not gone. He is just buried under decades of a life that went in a completely different direction because of one afternoon. There are episodes where Barney achieves sobriety, and the buried potential begins to surface again. He demonstrates creativity, intelligence, genuine ability, and then something happens, a single drink, a single setback, and he slides back. The show treats these cycles as comedy. The underlying pattern is about a person who keeps almost becoming the version of himself that was possible and keeps not quite making it. Barney is Springfield's portrait of squandered potential, of the gap between what a person could have been and what they became, and how that gap calcifies over time into something that looks like acceptance, but is actually just the absence of hope. Then there is Principal Skinner, the Tamzarian version, the fake one, the one who is actually Armin, who is quietly one of the most psychologically complex characters the show has ever produced, even though the complexity was introduced as a retcon and largely treated as an embarrassment afterward. Think about what Tamzarian's life actually is. Once you understand the full picture, he is living inside someone else's identity. He has Agnes for a mother, but she is not his mother, and some part of him must always know this regardless of how deeply he has internalized the role. He is principal of a school under a name that is not his, with a military record that does not belong to him, with a family backstory he constructed around borrowed materials. Everything about his external life is borrowed. And yet the internal life, the person he has become inside that borrowed framework, the relationships he has built, the community he has shaped across 20 years, those are genuinely his. The fake Skinner has real feelings for Agnes, real history with Bart, real investment in the school. The fiction became real through duration and genuine engagement with it. When the truth is revealed and Springfield votes to maintain the lie and the real Skinner is expelled, The episode frames this as Springfield choosing comforting fiction over truth. But there is another reading. Springfield chose the person who had actually been present for 20 years over the person who had a prior legal claim to a name. They chose relationship over record. They chose the life that had been built over the life that had been stolen. That is still a disturbing choice because it requires expelling a man who was wronged. But it is a more complicated moral situation than the show typically gets credit for exploring. Patty and Selma Bouvier carry their own quiet devastation through the background of the show. They are Marge's sisters, middle-aged DMV workers with a shared cigarette habit, an imperious manner, and a contempt for Homer that the show frames as comic antagonism, but that makes complete sense once you examine it. Patty and Selma have watched their sister, who is demonstrably the most capable, most emotionally intelligent, most genuinely good person in the Simpson family, organize her entire adult life around taking care of a man who consistently fails to appreciate her. They see Marge clearly, they see Homer clearly, and the gap between the life Marge deserves and the life Marge has chosen is something Patty and Selma live with every time they visit Evergreen Terrace. Their hostility to Homer is not mere cattiness. It is a kind of sustained, impotent grief for the version of their sister's life that was possible and that was set aside for the one she chose. They cannot change Marge's choice. They cannot make Homer better. They can only be present for the ongoing evidence of what that choice has cost and express their dissatisfaction in the only form available to them. Comic antagonism that, when you understand its source, is one of the more realistic emotional responses in the entire show. Milhouse Van Houten exists as a study in what childhood unrequited devotion does to a person over time. His friendship with Bart is genuine and valued by both parties, but the nature of that friendship with Milhouse consistently more invested, more devoted, more willing to absorb mistreatment to maintain the connection, sets up a dynamic that the show has never allowed to fully resolve. And his love for Lisa, expressed consistently since early seasons and equally consistently unrequited, is one of the show's longest-running and most quietly sad emotional through lines. Lisa does not love Milhouse the way Milhouse loves Lisa. The show knows this. Milhouse knows this. And yet he persists, across 36 years of being 10 years old, in the same posture of hoping. The floating timeline means he has been in this state of unrequited feeling for longer than most real relationships last. He has been hoping for the same outcome for longer than many people have been alive, and the outcome is the same as it has always been. Dr. Nick Riviera, Springfield's perpetually incompetent physician, carries a darker implication than his comic persona suggests. He is a running gag about medical incompetence. He cheerfully announces obviously wrong procedures. He misdiagnoses with confidence. He operates at a level of professional failure that should have resulted in his license being revoked many times over. But Dr. Nick is not an anomaly in Springfield's medical establishment. He represents a system of healthcare that the show depicts as comprehensively, unreliably bad. In a town where people need medical intervention regularly because the radiation makes them sick, because Homer's accidents are constant, because the general environmental toxicity of Springfield produces chronic health problems, the quality of available medical care is a matter of life and death. And the quality is terrible, not just for Dr. Nick, but across Springfield General Hospital, across multiple doctors and procedures depicted in the show. The medical establishment in Springfield consistently fails to identify problems, fails to treat conditions correctly, and fails to prevent outcomes that competent medicine could prevent. Under the radiation theory, this is not accidental. If Burns has influence over Springfield's healthcare infrastructure, if he has an interest in ensuring that the medical establishment does not look too closely at what his plant is doing to the town's residents, then Springfield's medical incompetence is a feature rather than a bug. It is a structural protection for the thing it should be detecting and treating. The town's doctors are not independently useless. They are useless in a specific direction. They consistently fail to identify radiation-related illness. They consistently fail to connect the patterns of sickness and mutation to their obvious source. They consistently reassure patients rather than investigating, because investigation leads somewhere that nobody in the system wants to go. The secondary characters of Springfield are not background color. They are the evidence that the system operates consistently across the entire population, not just across the 5 people who get the most screen time. Every one of them, in their own corner of the story, demonstrate some aspect of what Springfield does to the people inside it, how it diminishes potential, how it buries truth, how it rewards the wrong behaviors and punishes the right ones, how it keeps everyone exactly where the system needs them to be through a combination of environmental contamination, institutional incompetence, collective denial, and the economic dependency that makes all of it survivable. Springfield is not a collection of eccentric individuals. Springfield is a system producing consistent outcomes across its entire population. The eccentricity is the output of a single consistent input, living inside the contamination zone, under the shadow of the cracked cooling towers, in the grip of an empire that benefits from keeping everyone exactly as they are. Section 14. Burns's laboratory, biological weapons, and the town as an experiment. The biological weapons laboratory is the piece of Burns's empire that the show introduces and then almost entirely sets aside, and it is the piece that most fully reveals what Burns has been doing in Springfield across his century of operations. Burns owned a germ warfare facility. This is not subtext. This is not implied. This is stated directly in the episode about Mona Simpson's history. Burns was manufacturing weaponized biological agents in Springfield, in the same town where he had already built a nuclear reactor with 342 safety violations. In the same community where families were raising children without any awareness of what was being produced in facilities they passed every day. The nuclear plant gets most of the attention because it is the dominant visual in the show's establishing shots, because Homer works there, because its violations are documented in detail across dozens of episodes. But the biological weapons program existed simultaneously. Burns was not running one dangerous operation in Springfield. He was running two. The scope of this changes the picture considerably. The nuclear plant can be understood, at minimum, as a legitimate energy business operated with criminal negligence and used as a vector for financial and social control. Burns needs the plant to power the town. He profits from the plant. The contamination is a side effect of his operation, whether or not it is also a feature. The plant has a legitimate economic function that Burns exploits and abuses. The biological weapons laboratory has no legitimate civilian function. There is no benign reading of a private germ warfare facility operated by a billionaire in the middle of a residential community. It was not a research institution studying infectious disease for public health purposes. It was producing weapons. Biological weapons, capable of causing mass casualties, sitting in a facility in the same neighborhood where Springfield Elementary was located, where the retirement home was located, where families were going about their daily lives. Burns was running this program quietly, at some point before 1969, with no apparent oversight from any regulatory body or government agency which tracks with what we know about how Burns operates throughout the show. He exists in a space above accountability. He is too wealthy, too old, and too deeply embedded in Springfield's infrastructure for any oversight mechanism to have practical authority over him. The Mona Simpson raid destroyed the biological agent stored in the facility. The show frames this as the activists stopping one specific program at one specific moment. But it raises a question the show never asks. Was that program the only one? Was there one biological weapon stockpile in one lab, and after Mona's group destroyed it, that was the end of Burns's biological weapons operations? Or was the 1,969 raid one data point in a much longer history of Burns conducting prohibited research in the community he owns? Consider the framing of the radiation theory again, but extend it to encompass the biological dimension. Burns has been running experiments on the population of Springfield across his entire tenure there. The nuclear contamination is the most documented and most visible of these, but if Burns was also operating a germ warfare facility in the same community, if he was studying the effects of biological agents in proximity to a residential population, then the Springfield experiment is broader than the radiation framework alone accounts for. Springfield might not merely be a town that Burns is poisoning through negligence and avarice. Springfield might be a town that Burns is actively using as a long-term study population. The radiation contamination has been running for decades, producing observable effects across the entire population. The biological program was operational for at least part of that time, potentially much longer than the show depicts. The medical establishment is compromised in ways that prevent proper documentation of health outcomes. All of the conditions necessary for a long-term, unmonitored study of the effects of industrial contamination on a captive human population are present in Springfield. And Burns, who has been alive for over a century, who has been managing his own radiation exposure through sophisticated medical protocols, who has a deep personal understanding of what radiation does to biological systems, Burns has had the time, the resources, the scientific infrastructure, and the captive population to conduct this study systematically. Homer's continued employment as the safety inspector is not merely about ensuring the violations continue. A safety inspector who actually did his job would document conditions and generate reports that would create a paper trail pointing directly at Burns. Homer's incompetence prevents the documentation from existing. The conditions can continue because the institutional mechanism for detecting and recording them is occupied by a man who cannot competently perform that function. Burns is not just keeping the plant running dirty. He is ensuring that the consequences of running it dirty remain invisible within the institutional record. The town's healthcare system failing to identify radiation-related illness connects to this. The DMV failing to track environmental violations connects to this. The police department's consistent failure to investigate anything that would implicate Burns connects to this. Every institutional failure in Springfield that seems like general incompetence can be read, under this framework, as institutional capture Burns' influence, ensuring that every institution that might detect or document what he is doing is either incompetent, compromised, or both. The biological weapons facility is the most direct evidence that Burns' relationship with Springfield goes beyond ruthless capitalism. A capitalist exploits a population for profit. Burns has been doing something more structured than exploitation. He has been managing his population with a precision and deliberateness that implies he understands exactly what his operations are doing to the people around him, has been observing the results, and has arranged the environment to ensure those results can continue undocumented. The contamination is not a side effect. The study is the product. Springfield's residents are not just the victims of Burns' negligence. They are the subjects of Burns' research. And the research has been running for as long as Burns has owned the plant, which is to say for longer than most of the residents have been alive. The yellow skin, the 4 fingers, the bulging eyes, the physical traits that the show presents as an art style and the radiation theory presents as mutation. Under the research framework, these are not random outcomes. They are documented results in a study population that Burns has been observing for over a century. And the most disturbing implication of this framework is that Burns is not planning to stop. The plant keeps running. The research continues. The population remains in place, inside the dome when the EPA builds one, inside the economic dependency when it does not. Burns has arranged Springfield so that it cannot escape the conditions he has created for it. The subjects of the study cannot leave the study. They have nowhere to go that is not dependent on the thing that is studying them. Homer is the safety inspector because Burns needs him there. The medical establishment is compromised because Burns needs the data to stay internal. The memory resets happen because a study population that remembers its exposures and organizes around them is a study population that might leave or revolt. Springfield forgets because Burns needs it to forget. The biological weapons facility was stopped once, in 1969, by a small group of people who understood what was happening and acted on that understanding. Mona Simpson paid for that act with her family, her freedom, and eventually her life. The nuclear program has never been stopped at all. Section 15. The final theory Springfield as a closed system designed to never break. We have spent a significant amount of time in Springfield. We have walked through the radiation, contaminating the population from the ground up. We have sat with the possibility that Homer has been unconscious since April 1993, and everything since then is the dream of a man who went under before most of his children's memories were formed. We have reopened the Burns shooting and examined the evidence without accepting the official verdict on faith. We have traced the architecture of Burns' impossible survival. We have watched Maggie in silence and tried to understand what the silence contains. We have seen Springfield vote to make truth illegal and exile the last honest man. We have followed Mona Simpson from a Springfield living room in 1969 to an underground fugitive life that lasted longer than most marriages. We have traced the predictions and found that they say something more interesting about culture than about prophecy. We have tried and failed to locate Springfield on a map. We have sat with Ned Flanders and counted the cost of doing everything right in a system that does not reward rightness. Each of these theories uses different evidence. Each starts from a different premise, employs different logic, makes different assumptions about what kind of show The Simpsons is and what it has been trying to say across 36 years. And every single one of them arrives at the same place. Something is fundamentally wrong in Springfield. Not incidentally wrong, not wrong in the way that any community has problems, but structurally, systematically, designed to be that way, wrong. Something has broken the normal rules of reality in this town. The rules about how people age, about how consequences work, about what truth is worth, about whether the past is fixed or negotiable, and the show has been telling you this since its earliest episodes. Not through exposition, not through dramatic reveals where a character turns to the camera and explains the theory, through accumulation. Through the slow, patient layering of detail upon detail across hundreds of episodes until the pattern becomes undeniable if you are willing to look at it straight. Springfield is a closed system. That is the final theory, and it is the framework that all the others exist inside. A closed system, in physics and in information theory, is a system that does not exchange matter or energy with its surroundings. It circulates internally. It consumes its own outputs as inputs. It maintains a kind of internal equilibrium that is only possible precisely because nothing from outside can disrupt it. Springfield is a closed system in every meaningful sense. Its economy is closed. It depends on Burns's plant, which depends on Burns's survival, which depends on the plant's continued operation. There is no economic pathway out of this loop. The residents depend on the institution that is poisoning them for the income that enables them to continue living in the place that is poisoning them. Its information system is closed. The town's medical establishment, its police department, its civic institutions, its news media, all of them consistently fail to generate and transmit accurate information about what is happening to the town. The information that would enable residents to understand their situation does not make it through the institutional filters in a form that could support organized response. And the collective denial mechanism ensures that any information which does penetrate gets processed through a social system designed to render it inert. Its memory is closed. The town resets after disasters through a combination of neurological damage and social agreement. The past that would inform the present does not accumulate. Each catastrophe is treated as the first time anything has gone wrong, because the mechanisms that would allow the previous catastrophes to inform current decision-making have been systematically disabled. Its population is closed. The residents cannot easily leave because their economic dependency on the plant makes leaving economically impossible. Their neurological damage from the contamination may impair the cognitive functions that would be needed to plan and execute a departure. Their social ties are entirely internal to the community. There is nowhere obvious to go, and the cognitive fog may prevent the abstract planning that leaving would require. And its governing authority is closed. Burns occupies the top of every meaningful power structure in Springfield. He owns the primary employer. He has bought or compromised every politician who would have regulatory authority over his operations. His influence extends into the healthcare system, the educational system, the police department, and through Abe Simpson's deal, into the family structure of his most important employee. A closed system does not break on its own. It can only be broken by something that comes from outside it. An external force, an external source of information, an external authority with genuine independence from the internal power structures. Springfield has been protected from all of these. Its geographic ambiguity prevents consistent external regulatory oversight. Its institutional capture prevents internal detection of its problems. Its collective denial prevents the social organization that would be necessary to invite or support external intervention. And the one time someone from outside arrived with clear evidence that the official narrative was false, the real Seymour Skinner Springfield expelled him rather than engaging with what he brought. The closed system's most sophisticated feature is that it recruits its own population as its maintenance crew. The residents of Springfield do not merely suffer from the system. They actively maintain it. They vote to maintain it, literally in the Tamzarian episode and functionally in every episode where they encounter evidence of what the plant is doing and turn away. They participate in the collective denial. They perform the forgetting. They look at three-eyed fish and say, well, That is just how things are around here, and they go home and drink the water. The system has been designed so that the people most damaged by it are the people most essential to its continuation. Homer is the safety inspector. Marge is the patient, loving presence that gives Homer enough stability to keep functioning. The residents are the workforce for the plant that poisons them. Springfield's children attend the school that Burns's oil well funding gutted. Everyone inside the closed system is simultaneously its product and its resource. Burns is not the architect of this system in the sense of having sat down and designed it from scratch. He is the person who has been present long enough, and powerful enough, and sufficiently freed from consequences to have allowed the system to evolve into this form over a century of his stewardship. Each incremental decision: hire Homer, refuse the safety upgrade, pursue Mona, strike the deal with Abe, fund the political campaign, retain the physicians. Each one was individually rational from Burns's perspective and collectively produced the closed system Springfield has become. The theories we have explored are different views of the same structure. The radiation theory is the view from biology what the closed system does to the physical matter of its population. The coma theory is the view from consciousness, what the closed system does to the subjective experience of time and reality. The Tamsarian theory is the view from social organization, how the closed system manages its information and enforces its agreed fictions. The Mona-Simpson theory is the view from history, how the closed system has reproduced and reinforced itself across generations. The floating timeline is the view from narrative, how the closed system has made its own eternal continuation, the point, the product, and the purpose. They are all true simultaneously, in the way that a prism does not contradict the light it separates. The light is one thing. The frequencies are different perspectives on the same thing. Springfield is the light. Each theory is a frequency within it. The final question the closed system raises is whether it can be broken, whether there is any pathway out of the loop, any intervention that could disrupt the equilibrium, any agent inside or outside Springfield capable of being the force that the system cannot absorb and neutralize. The show has never answered this. 36 years in, the cooling towers are still cracked. Burns is still alive. Homer is still in Sector 7G. Bart is still 10. The fish still have 3 eyes. And the town still wakes up every week, fresh and amnesiac, ready to be exactly what it was the week before. The closed system has been running since before most of its residents were born. It will keep running until something from outside finally arrives with enough force and enough independence to pry it open. And Springfield has been very careful to ensure that nothing from outside can get to it. Not a federal regulator. Not a war hero who survived a prisoner of war camp. Not a woman who destroyed a biological weapons lab and paid for it with her freedom. Not even the truth. Section 16. Closing: why we can't let them go. We have been in Springfield for a long time now. We have examined the contamination, walked through the coma, reopened the shooting, traced the immortality, sat with the silence, watched the vote, followed the conspiracy, counted the predictions, tried to find the town on a map, and stared at the floating timeline until it stared back. And at the end of all of it, we are at the same place every Simpsons theory eventually arrives at. Not an answer. A question. The biggest mystery of all, and the simplest. Why can't we let them go? The Simpsons is, objectively, one of the most analyzed pieces of popular culture ever produced. It has been the subject of academic papers, entire books, documentary films, thousands of hours of online video, and the collective interpretive effort of multiple generations of fans who approached it with more intellectual rigor than many shows receive from professional critics. The theories we have been exploring in this video represent only a fraction of the total analysis the show has generated. No other animated series, and arguably no other television series of any kind, has received this volume of interpretive attention. Nothing else has been theorized this thoroughly, this lovingly, this persistently. People spend years thinking about this show. They rewatch episodes dozens of times. They build frameworks. They argue in comment sections with genuine investment. They feel genuinely moved by readings of a cartoon family's fictional circumstances. Why this show? Why these characters? What is it about Homer and Marge and Bart and Lisa and Maggie that generates this kind of sustained attention, this depth of emotional engagement, this unwillingness to simply accept the show at face value? One answer is longevity. The Simpsons has been running for 36 years. It has been present in more people's lives for more of their lives than almost any other cultural object. It was there when the viewers were children. It has been there through everything that has happened since. Multiple generations of the same families have watched it together. It is embedded in the cultural autobiographies of an enormous number of people in a way that most entertainment simply is not. Another answer is richness. The show, particularly in its peak seasons, was extraordinarily dense with meaning, with reference, with layers that rewarded attention. The writing was fast, the jokes were compressed, the cultural observations were precise. It operated on multiple levels, simultaneously funny on the surface, genuinely insightful underneath, occasionally devastating in the emotional territory it navigated between the jokes. There was always something to find if you were looking. But the real answer, the one that the theories themselves keep circling back to, is something more personal than longevity and more emotional than richness. The Simpsons are us, not in a vague metaphorical sense, in a specific structural sense. Homer is a certain kind of father, overwhelmed, well-meaning, repeatedly failing, genuinely devoted in the moments when he is capable of genuine devotion. Marge is a certain kind of mother, patient beyond reason, holding the family together through pure, sustained effort, with a rich inner life that the family consistently fails to acknowledge. Bart is a certain kind of child, the one who resists everything, who provokes because provoking at least gets a reaction, who underneath the defiance is scared and wants to matter. Lisa is a certain kind of child, the one who sees too clearly, who cares too much, who keeps reaching for something better in an environment that keeps redirecting that reach. And Maggie is the part of all of us that watches and understands and says nothing because we have learned that saying something costs more than staying silent. When we theorize about why Homer cannot connect the dots between Burns and his mother's disappearance, we are theorizing about the ways that emotional damage limits perception. When we theorize about why Ned's kindness does not protect him, we are theorizing about the gap between moral effort and material outcome. When we theorize about whether Springfield's residents could escape their situation if they could only see it clearly, we are theorizing about whether we could escape ours. The theories are not really about The Simpsons. They are about the world The Simpsons is a model of. They are about power structures that protect themselves through the cognitive limitations of the people they exploit. About systems designed to prevent the perception that would enable resistance. About the gap between what a person could be and what their circumstances allow them to become. About the difference between being kept and being free, and how difficult it can be to identify which side of that line you are on when the keeping is done gently. Springfield is a cartoon town. Its problems are exaggerated to cartoon scale: a nuclear plant with 342 violations, a billionaire who is over 100 years old, a population that has turned yellow and grown extra eyes. But the mechanics of the problems are not cartoon. They are the mechanics of real institutional capture, of real environmental racism, of real economic dependency, of real collective denial operating in real communities across the real world. The show takes these real mechanics and makes them visible by turning the volume up until you can see them clearly. The contamination that is happening in Springfield is happening at lower volume, in towns built next to facilities that regulators have been persuaded not to inspect. The institutional capture that makes Burns untouchable is real, distributed across industries and regulators and legislative bodies in forms that are less dramatic but no less effective. The collective denial that makes Springfield forget its disasters is real, in communities that have normalized things that should not be normal, because the alternative to normalizing them is economic disruption they cannot afford. The theories are one way of saying, this show has always been about something real. It has always been using the exaggerated logic of animation to describe something that is actually happening. And the fact that it has been doing this for 36 years while presenting as a family comedy is either one of the most remarkable achievements in television history or the most successful piece of misdirection ever executed in the medium, depending on how charitable you want to be to the intent. The Simpsons cannot end, and we cannot let it end, because its ending would mean admitting that the world it models is also still running, still producing the same outcomes, still keeping Homer in Sector 7, G and Ned at the church, and Burns at the top, and the water poisoned, and the cooling towers cracked, and the fish with 3 eyes. And as long as the show is running, as long as the loop keeps turning, there is the possibility, however remote, however obscured by 36 years of evidence to the contrary, that this time something might change. That this time Homer might connect the dots. That this time Maggie might speak. That this time the town might remember. That this time something might break the closed system open. The Simpsons does not end, because we need the possibility of that ending. The possibility that the people inside the loop might one day find their way out of it. Which means that watching the show every week, waiting for the change that the show has structurally promised never to deliver, is itself a kind of participation in the closed system. We are waiting for Springfield to break free at the same time that our watching is part of what keeps it sealed. The loop is not just theirs. It never was. We pressed pause in 1989. We have been sitting in that frozen moment ever since, watching the same family on the same couch in the same impossible town, wanting something to change and doing everything in our power to make sure it stays exactly the same. Bart will be 10 next Sunday. The couch gag will play, Homer will come through the door, the kids will be exactly where we left them. And we will be there too, exactly where we have always been, right at home in Springfield. That was 4 hours in one of the strangest, richest, most layered pieces of American storytelling ever put on television. If you found something in here that you had never considered before, or if one of these theories is going to change the way you watch this show going forward, leave a comment and tell me which one. And if you are still here at the end of this, you have earned your subscription. See you next time, Supplemental Section. The Hidden Chronology of Burns. 100 Years of Documented History. We have talked about Burns's impossible age across several earlier sections, but the full timeline of what Burns has witnessed and participated in deserves its own dedicated examination. Because when you assemble every reference the show has made to Burns's personal history across 36 seasons, what emerges is a portrait of someone who has been present at a remarkable number of turning points in American and world history, not as an observer but as an active participant, and almost always on the wrong side of whatever moral question was at stake. Burns attended Yale. This is established early in the show's run and returned to repeatedly. His Yale attendance is not merely a biographical detail, it places him within a specific network of American institutional power that has maintained its influence across generations. The kind of institution that, in Burns's case, would have connected him to the networks of industrial wealth and political access that he has been navigating ever since. His military service in World War II is mentioned across multiple episodes, with characteristically Simpsons-style moral ambiguity. Burns served. His role, as depicted, was not heroic. His theft of the trillion-dollar bill from the United States government during the war, hidden for decades afterward, suggests that his participation in the conflict was primarily an exercise in personal enrichment rather than national service. He knew Howard Hughes. He has described personal interactions with historical figures from the early 20th century as though they were ordinary professional acquaintances. He has referenced the Gilded Age not as historical period but as lived experience as the era in which the norms he operates by were established and the foundations of his particular approach to wealth and power were laid. The Gilded Age reference is significant. The Gilded Age was the period of American history in the late 19th century characterized by enormous concentrations of wealth, minimal regulatory oversight of industry, and the systematic exploitation of labor and resources by a class of industrialists who operated with essentially no accountability. The robber barons. The era before antitrust law had teeth, before environmental regulation existed, before workers had enforceable rights. Burns does not just remember this era. He operates as though it never ended. His entire approach to business, the lack of safety compliance, the environmental contamination, the political corruption, the treatment of employees as resources to be used rather than people to be respected, all of it is consistent with the norms of that period, rather than the legal and regulatory framework that developed through the 20th century. In response to the excesses of that era, Burns has been alive long enough to have watched the regulatory framework that was supposed to constrain his behavior develop from scratch, and has spent that same time developing the means to circumvent it. He has more experience evading regulation than any regulator has enforcing it. The regulators who would investigate his plant are working with institutional memories measured in careers. Burns is working with institutional memory measured in centuries. The biological weapons program adds a dimension to Burns's World War II history that the show hints at but does not fully develop. The mid-century period was when the United States government, along with several other nations, was actively developing biological weapons programs that operated in legal and moral gray areas. The existence of a private biological weapons facility operated by Burns, which the show establishes was active at least through 1969, raises the question of whether Burns's program had any relationship to government-sponsored biological research of that era. Was Burns operating independently? Was he a contractor for government programs? Was his facility one of the unofficial nodes in a network of research that official records do not fully document? The show does not answer these questions, but it raises them by establishing the facility's existence in a period when such research was widespread, often unofficial, and frequently conducted with minimal oversight. The Spanish-American War reference, the show has depicted Burns making casual reference to remembering the Spanish-American War from personal experience, extends his timeline back to 1898. If he was old enough to have meaningful memories of that conflict, his birth date is somewhere in the 1880s at the latest. That places the current Burns at somewhere between 130 and 150 years old. A century and a half of accumulated power, of relationships with every significant institutional node in American society, of learning which mechanisms of accountability can be captured, which can be circumvented, and which need only to be waited out. A century and a half of watching the people who might have been able to stop him age and die while he continued. Burns's longevity is not merely a quirk, it is his primary competitive advantage. He has outlasted every opponent, every regulator, every political figure who might have had the will and the institutional position to hold him accountable. The persistence that the radiation treatment enables is the foundation of everything else. The wealth, the influence, the political connections, these would have dissipated through ordinary generational succession if he had not been there personally to maintain and extend them. An empire that depends on personal direction does not survive its founder in the same form. Burns has no heirs he trusts or acknowledges. He is not building something to pass on. He is building something to keep, and keeping it requires him to keep existing, which is why the weekly treatment and Smithers's management of that treatment are the most fundamental elements of everything else. Take away the treatment and everything else follows. The empire does not transfer. It fragments. The wealth disperses through legal process. The political relationships expire. The compromised institutions revert, over time, to something closer to their stated purpose. Springfield begins to be accountable to something other than Burns. Burns is not indispensable because he is extraordinary. He is indispensable because he has made himself the single, irreplaceable node in a network that cannot function without him. And he has done this deliberately and systematically over more than a century of operation. That is the final portrait of Burns. Not a villain in the cartoon sense, not someone who does evil for its own sake or who cackles at the suffering he causes. Someone who has been operating for so long, with such sustained resource advantage, and with such complete freedom from consequences, that the structures he has built have taken on a life of their own. Springfield does not need Burns to actively manage it anymore. The system maintains itself. The radiation keeps contaminating. The medical establishment keeps failing. The collective denial keeps operating. Homer keeps going to work. Burns could, theoretically, stop doing anything and the system would continue. That is how thoroughly he has embedded himself in the town's infrastructure. The contamination is a legacy that does not require his daily supervision. The dependency is structural and self-reinforcing. The collective amnesia is a habit, not a directive. He set this in motion over a century ago, and it has been running on its own momentum ever since. The cruelest thing about Burns, the thing the show communicates through 36 years of depicting him, is not that he is malicious. It is that he is, by the standards of his own formation, entirely rational. He is doing what the Gilded Age taught him people with his resources and his ambitions do. The world has built regulatory frameworks and ethical norms that theoretically constrain this behavior. Burns has simply been alive long enough, and rich enough, and strategically sophisticated enough to ensure that none of those frameworks have ever actually applied to him. He is not exceptional. He is persistent. And in a world where accountability depends on institutional memory and institutional will and the pressure of informed public opinion, persistence is sufficient. Springfield will keep running as long as Burns keeps running. And Burns has been running for a very long time. Appendix: Springfield's most unresolved storylines. There is one final category of darkness in The Simpsons that this video has only touched on obliquely: the storylines the show raised and genuinely never resolved. Not the intentional mysteries and ongoing theories we have been exploring, but the specific character arcs and plot threads that the show introduced with apparent seriousness and then quietly set aside. The relationship between Homer and Burns, post-revelation, is one. After Homer learns in Mother Simpson that Burns has been hunting his mother for decades, the show does not give Homer a reckoning with this. Homer continues working for Burns. Burns continues employing Homer. The moral weight of the revelation that Homer has spent his adult life in service to the man who destroyed his family is never addressed directly. The show introduced this connection and then refused to follow it to its emotional conclusion. Bart's education is another. Multiple early seasons built a storyline around Bart's academic struggles, his potential being held back by both his own choices and his environment. The possibility that Bart might be held back a year was treated as a serious stakes event. The implication that he might have abilities that his school was failing to develop was introduced and then dropped. Bart remained exactly as he was. The educational failure became a permanent state rather than a storyline with a resolution. Lisa's emotional isolation, which the show has depicted honestly and consistently throughout its run, is perhaps the most poignant unresolved thread. The show has shown Lisa's loneliness, her difficulty connecting with peers, her awareness that her intelligence and her values set her apart from the community she lives in. It has shown this with genuine feeling. And it has never given her a meaningful resolution, a real community of people who understand her, a relationship that fully sees her, a sense of belonging in Springfield that is not based on her suppressing the parts of herself that do not fit. She keeps reaching. Springfield keeps being Springfield. And the gap between what Lisa deserves and what Springfield can offer her stays exactly as wide as it has always been. Maggie's future is perhaps the most completely unresolved. The show has built towards something with Maggie across 36 years: the intelligence, the strategic silence, the capacity for action without ever delivering the thing it has been building toward. The show has been setting up Maggie's eventual emergence for longer than most stories exist, and the emergence has not come. What is Maggie waiting for? What has 36 years of watching and cataloging and saying nothing been preparation for? The show has created a character who is clearly capable of more than she has shown, who is clearly aware of more than she reveals, who has clearly been planning something that the audience and her family cannot see yet. That plan remains private. That emergence remains pending. And until it arrives, if it arrives, Maggie sits in her crib with those enormous eyes open, watching everything, and we sit with her, waiting. This is Springfield's last and most enduring mystery. Not what has already happened, what is still coming. If you made it all the way here genuinely, thank you. This is one of the strangest and most rewarding stories that has ever been told on television, and it deserves exactly this kind of attention. Stay curious, keep watching, and keep asking the questions Springfield cannot afford to let its residents ask. See you next time. Section 17. The Springfield Economy. How a town survives when everything should have collapsed it. There is an economic impossibility sitting at the center of Springfield that almost nobody discusses, and it is in some ways more unsettling than the nuclear contamination, the coma, or the immortal billionaire, because it is the foundation that all of those other things rest on. Springfield should not function. Not in the way that cartoon towns do not function because they are cartoons, and real-world economic logic does not apply. In the specific, documented, in-universe sense, given everything we know about what has happened to Springfield across 36 seasons, the fires, the disasters, the economic mismanagement, the corruption, the brain drain, the physical destruction of key infrastructure, the contamination, the multiple instances where the town was literally destroyed and had to be rebuilt, Springfield should have collapsed into economic non-viability decades ago. And yet, every Sunday evening, Moe's Tavern is open. The Quick E-Mart is stocked. Springfield Elementary is running, however, inadequately. The roads exist in their usual state of moderate disrepair. The lights are on. People have jobs. Homer gets a paycheck. How? The honest answer the show provides, if you assemble the evidence carefully, is that Springfield's economy is entirely dependent on a single node, the nuclear power plant. The plant is the town's primary employer, its primary energy source, and through Burns's various economic tentacles, his investments, his real estate holdings, his political donations that keep favorable regulatory conditions in place, its primary source of capital circulation. Every dollar that circulates through Springfield's economy traces back, directly or indirectly, to the plant and to the fortune Burns has built around it. Homer's paycheck comes from the plant. The paycheck Homer spends at Moe's pays Moe's bills, which include supplies from vendors who supply other Springfield businesses, which pay their employees, which those employees spend in other Springfield establishments. The entire economic ecosystem of the town is downstream of a single source. This is not unusual for a small town with one major employer. Many real towns have similar economic dependencies. The vulnerability this creates is well documented in economic geography. When the single employer leaves or collapses, the town follows. When the steel mill closes, the town built around it begins to empty. When the factory moves, the downstream businesses that depended on its employees' spending power contract and fail. Springfield has avoided this fate for 36 years because Burns has never left and the plant has never closed. Burns cannot leave Springfield because Springfield is his project. The plant cannot close because closing it would end the conditions that Burns has spent a century cultivating. But the dependency runs deeper than simple employment economics. Burns has structured Springfield's economic dependency on the plant to function as a kind of permanent leverage. The town cannot afford to challenge Burns because challenging Burns means threatening the plant, and threatening the plant means threatening the livelihoods of every Springfield resident whose income traces back to it. Even residents who do not work directly at the plant depend on the spending of people who do. Homer understands this instinctively, even if he cannot articulate it. When Homer confronts the possibility of losing his job, which happens repeatedly across the show's run, the fear is not merely financial, it is existential. Homer's entire identity is organized around his role as a provider for his family. The job at the plant, terrible as it is in every objective respect, is the foundation of his self-conception as a functioning adult who is capable of taking care of the people who depend on him. Burns understands this too. Homer's terror of job loss is one of the psychological mechanisms that keeps Homer in Sector 7G, regardless of how he is treated. Burns does not need to threaten Homer to maintain his compliance. The economic structure and Homer's own psychology do that work without Burns having to actively manage it. This is the more subtle form of the control that Burns exercises. The radiation affects cognition. The economic dependency affects behavior. The combination produces a population that is physically incapable of clear perception and economically incapable of acting on clear perception, even if it were possible. And the economic dependency is not limited to the employment relationship. Burns has structured his ownership of Springfield's economic infrastructure to create multiple layers of dependency simultaneously. He owns real estate. Multiple episodes have shown Burns's holdings extending far beyond the plant into commercial and residential properties throughout Springfield. A landlord who also employs your neighbors and powers your home and employs the politicians who set the regulatory environment that governs your life is not merely an employer. He is a near-total structural dependency. He controls the power supply. Springfield's electricity comes from the plant. Every resident who uses electricity, which is every resident, is in a direct commercial relationship with Burns every time they turn on a light or run their refrigerator or charge any device. The relationship is not chosen. It is structural. There is no alternative provider. If Burns shut off the power, Springfield would immediately lose the basic infrastructure of modern life. He finances political operations. The show has depicted Burns purchasing political outcomes across his entire tenure in Springfield, from local elections to state-level decisions that affect regulatory oversight of his operations. The political system that would otherwise be the mechanism through which the public could exert control over Burns's activities has been converted, through campaign financing and the leverage of employment, into a mechanism through which Burns exerts control over the public. The economic picture that emerges is of a town that has been gradually, systematically structured so that every avenue of potential resistance runs through a node that Burns controls. Political action requires politicians who are not beholden to Burns. Legal action requires lawyers and regulators with jurisdiction who have not been compromised by Burns's influence. Economic resistance requires alternative sources of income and housing that exist outside Burns's ownership network. Collective action requires memory and communication and organization that the cognitive damage from the contamination has made difficult. Springfield cannot resist Burns, because Burns has spent a century constructing a system in which resistance is structurally impossible without first dismantling the dependencies that make resistance economically suicidal. The town is not enslaved. The residents have choices, technically. They can quit their jobs, they can move, they can vote for different politicians, they can refuse to pay their electricity bills. Technically, all of these options exist, but the practical barriers, economic, cognitive, social, informational, have been constructed so carefully and maintained so consistently that the technical existence of these options does not translate into real access to them. The choice to leave requires money to leave, knowledge of where to go, ability to plan a departure, social support for the transition, and confidence that leaving is possible. The contamination affects the cognition needed for that planning. The economic dependency affects the resources available for that transition. The collective denial affects the social support system that would validate leaving as a reasonable response to the situation. Burns did not build a prison. He built something more durable. He built a town that functions exactly like a prison without the visible walls, without the guards, without the formal deprivation of freedom. The residents of Springfield are free in the legal sense. They are contained in every practical sense. And the economy is what makes the containment sustainable long-term. People can endure extraordinary conditions if they have income, housing, and the material basics of life. The contamination is invisible, the cognitive damage is imperceptible from the inside, the political capture is systemic rather than direct. The plant provides income and electricity and economic activity. As long as those things are present, the conditions for mass departure or organized resistance do not reach the threshold where they would motivate action. Springfield's economic sustainability is not a puzzle or an anomaly. It is the deliberate design outcome of a century of strategic investment by the man who owns all of it. The town survives because Burns needs it to survive. It functions because Burns has ensured that the conditions of its functioning serve his interests. And it will continue to survive and function in exactly this way for exactly as long as Burns needs it to, which, under the terms of his weekly radiation treatment and Smithers's diligent schedule management, is indefinitely. Section 18. The women of Springfield and the quiet devastation of being capable in a town that doesn't notice. We have spent a great deal of time with the male characters in this exploration. Homer's damage, Burns's design, Ned's suppression, Bart's rebellion, Molman's death loop, and these are all genuine, rich, dark territories. But some of the most quietly devastating characterization in The Simpsons belongs to its female characters, and the darkness in their situations operates differently. It is not the dramatic darkness of shootings and conspiracies and immortal billionaires. It is the sustained, grinding darkness of being genuinely capable in a system that consistently fails to recognize it, demand it, or reward it. Marge Simpson is the most structurally interesting character in the show and the most under-theorized. She is the load-bearing wall of the Simpson family, the member without whom the entire structure collapses, and the show has been quietly, consistently documenting what it costs to be a load-bearing wall for 36 years. Marge has genuine ability across multiple domains. She has artistic talent, demonstrated in at least one episode where her painting receives serious attention from the Springfield art world. She has organizational intelligence. Managing a household with Homer's level of entropy requires skills that are real and demanding. She has emotional intelligence at a level that no other character in the show approaches. She reads people accurately. She understands social dynamics with precision. She intervenes in crises with the specific, correct response, consistently enough to suggest that this is not luck, but genuine, perceptive, and emotional capability. And she has spent 36 years applying these capabilities to the management of Homer's disasters, not because she lacks ambition. The show has repeatedly depicted Marge's ambitions and interests in career, in creativity, in civic life being displaced by the immediate demand of managing whatever Homer has done this week. She has taken jobs and been forced to quit them because Homer's situation required her attention. She has pursued interests that were interrupted by family crises. She has come close to realizing versions of herself that the structural demands of her marriage and her family have consistently redirected. The show frames this as the comedic premise Homer's disasters, requiring Marge's management without usually pausing to examine what it costs Marge specifically. What it means for a person of her capabilities to have those capabilities directed almost exclusively toward containing chaos she did not create rather than building things she chose. There is an episode early in the show's run where Marge tells Homer that she has been waiting for him to become the person she knows he could be. The statement is presented as a moment of romantic belief in Homer's potential. Under the surface, it is a description of decades of deferred personal development, of someone who organized their own life around the improvement project of another person, and never arrived at the destination where that project was complete enough to put down. Homer never fully becomes that person. The crayon goes back in, the radiation keeps damaging, the pattern continues. And Marge keeps waiting, 36 years in, with a patience that the show consistently frames as love, but that, examined more closely, looks like a choice to defer indefinitely to a partner who is structurally incapable of meeting her at her level. Marge is not a victim. She is an agent. She makes choices, but she makes them inside a set of constraints, economic, social, emotional, structural, that limit the range of available outcomes. And the show has been honest, in its own way, about what those constraints produce. Marge is the most capable person in her immediate family and among the most capable people in Springfield. She lives a life that does not approach the ceiling of what she is capable of. And the gap between her capability and her circumstance is one of the show's longest and quietest dark threads. Sideshow, Bob's wife, Francesca, carries a different flavor of this. She is depicted as a sophisticated European woman who appears to have genuine intelligence and aesthetic sensibility, married to a man who is simultaneously brilliant and criminally obsessed with killing a 10-year-old. Her situation is essentially impossible to read as anything other than tragic. She has chosen a partner whose defining characteristic is a pathological fixation that overrides everything else, and she lives with the consequences of that choice, while presumably being capable of a life that does not involve repeatedly relocating to avoid arrest. The show plays her as a minor comic character and moves on. But the texture of her life, intelligent, capable, trapped by attachment to someone whose primary orientation is destructive, echoes something that the show depicts across multiple female characters. Luann Van Houten, Milhouse's mother, had one of the few genuinely transformative character arcs in the show. Her marriage to Kirk was dissolving. She initiated a divorce. She rebuilt her life as a single person. She dated. She found independence and, apparently, some version of satisfaction in it. And then the show walked most of this back through later storytelling that re-entangled her with Kirk. The arc from dissolution to rebuilding to re-entanglement is a recognizable pattern, and the show depicting it without much comment is either realism or resignation. The character who made the hardest choice and did the work to build something new from the wreckage got pulled back anyway. The gravitational force of where she started was stronger than the escape velocity she achieved. Agnes Skinner, Skinner's mother, or rather Tamzarian's adopted mother, or rather the woman who needed a son badly enough to accept a substitute and then loved the substitute as fully as she would have loved the real thing, is another instance of a female character whose situation the show depicts with more complexity than it usually gets credit for. Agnes is played for laughs as the domineering mother whose power over her son is a comedy staple. But the backstory of how her relationship with Tamzarian came to be is actually the story of a woman whose real son was taken by war and who found a way to survive that loss that required a certain kind of sustained creative denial. She knew. On some level, whatever the show officially says about whether she recognized Tamzarian, she had to have understood that her son had been lost. The man who arrived was not him. She chose to let the fiction be real because the alternative was a grief that she could not survive. The Tamzarian episode's final vote, the town choosing to maintain the lie, was prefigured by Agnes's individual choice to do the same thing. She was Springfield's collective denial before Springfield made it policy. She was the original demonstration that this town's relationship with comfortable fiction over uncomfortable truth could be traced to genuine human need rather than mere weakness or cowardice. Every one of these women is carrying something that the show depicts and then does not fully examine. They are capable, present, perceptive, doing difficult things in difficult circumstances, and the camera keeps moving past them to focus on the men who are generating the crises that these women are managing. That is, in itself, a form of darkness the show has been depicting for 36 years. Not a theory, an observation. The women see clearly, the women manage competently. The women carry the weight of the family and the town and the emotional infrastructure that makes everything else possible. And the show, like Springfield itself, keeps moving on before anyone has to fully reckon with what that costs or what it would look like to do things differently. Section 918. The Springfield Media Information Control and the machine that keeps everyone looking elsewhere. Kent Brockman is one of the most underrated dark characters in The Simpsons. He is Springfield's primary television news anchor, the man whose face and voice are the primary interface between Springfield's residents and their understanding of what is happening in their town. He is the machine through which information about Springfield's reality either passes or does not. And the show has spent 36 years very carefully depicting exactly how that machine is broken. Brockman is not stupid. He is not uniformly dishonest. He is, at his core, a person who cares about his career, his status, and his continued employment more than he cares about any specific story or any broader obligation to inform the public accurately. He is a person who has learned that survival in his professional environment requires a particular kind of flexible relationship with truth, not lying exactly but not insisting on truth when insisting would be costly. The show has depicted Brockman dramatically overreacting to stories that generate ratings, declaring apocalyptic catastrophes on the basis of single, unconfirmed reports, announcing the end of civilization over events that resolve uneventfully minutes later. He brings maximum intensity to the delivery of information regardless of whether that information warrants intensity, because maximum intensity generates viewer engagement, and viewer engagement generates ratings, and ratings secure his position. And simultaneously, the show has depicted Brockman consistently failing to report on, or consistently misreporting, the genuinely important ongoing story in Springfield: the nuclear plant, the contamination, the real dimensions of what Burns has been doing to the town. The three-eyed fish generates a story. But the follow-up investigation, the actual epidemiological study that would tell you what Blinky's existence means for the human population, never happens, and Brockman never pursues it. The plant safety violations generate brief coverage when they become dramatic enough to be undeniable. But the sustained, methodical investigation that would document the pattern and connect it to the health outcomes of Springfield's residents, that story is never told. This could be simple negligence. A ratings-driven media operation focuses on dramatic events rather than systematic investigation. That is a real phenomenon in real journalism, and it produces real information failures in the real world. But under the radiation theory's lens, it is also consistent with a media environment that has been shaped, consciously or unconsciously, to not look at the plant in the specific ways that would be most dangerous to Burns. Burns's political influence extends to the people who set the regulatory environment. His economic influence extends to the businesses that advertise on Springfield's television stations. The interplay between advertiser relationships and editorial independence is not imaginary. It is a real tension in real media organizations, one that generally operates in the direction of protecting advertisers from coverage that would embarrass them. Burns is Springfield's primary economic driver. His plant and his economic network create or support a significant portion of the advertising spending that flows through Springfield's media environment. A television station that ran a serious, sustained investigation of what the nuclear plant has done to Springfield's water table would be running a story that damages its primary advertiser's broader economic ecosystem. This does not require a conspiracy. It does not require Burns to call Brockman and tell him what not to cover. It requires only the normal operation of economic dependency between media organizations and the commercial interests that fund them. The story that would hurt the most important advertisers does not get told. Not because anyone orders it not to be told, but because the people who would have to tell it understand, implicitly, that telling it comes at a cost that the organization would rather not pay. Brockman, who cares primarily about his career continuity, is the perfect expression of this dynamic. He is not corrupt in the simple sense of being paid to suppress stories. He is aligned with the system's incentives in a way that produces suppression without requiring explicit direction. The result is a media environment that provides Springfield's residents with constant noise, disasters, celebrities, Brockman's overwrought delivery, the chaos of daily Springfield life that functions as an effective substitute for actual information about the things that matter. People watch the news and feel informed. They feel like they know what is happening in their town. And what they actually know is whatever the ratings-optimized, advertiser-sensitive, career-protective news operation has decided is safe to tell them. The genuinely important story, the one about the water, the contamination, the systematic damage to the entire town's biology and cognition, stays untold. Not because no one knows, because the system that would tell it has been organized through economics and incentives rather than through conspiracy to not tell it. This is how the closed system maintains its information seal, not through censorship, which leaves visible traces and generates resistance, through economic alignment, which is invisible and self-reinforcing and produces the same result with none of the friction. Springfield is not ignorant because its media is dishonest. Springfield is ignorant because its media is normal. And normal media, in an economy owned by a single dominant power, tells you everything except the thing that would change the power relationship if you knew it. Section 20. What the Treehouse of Horror episodes actually tell us. Every October, The Simpsons produces a Treehouse of Horror episode. These are non-canonical anthology segments, horror, science fiction, fantasy, each one riffing on classic genre sources or exploring premises too dark for the main show's continuity. They have been running since season 2, making them one of the show's longest continuous traditions. The standard reading of the Treehouse episodes is that they are the show's playground, the space where normal constraints do not apply, where characters can be killed, where genuinely dark content can be explored without consequences because none of it is real within the show's continuity. But the Treehouse episodes tell you something about Springfield that the regular episodes cannot, precisely because their non-canonical status frees the writers from the constraints that make the regular show's darkness deniable. In the regular episodes, the darkness is always present but always wrapped in comedy and always deniable through the excuse of cartoon logic or episodic convention. In the Treehouse episodes, the darkness is explicit, staged, and examined directly. And what the Treehouse episodes return to, again and again, across 30 years of October horror anthologies, is the same set of themes that the theories identify in the regular show. Power without accountability. Burns appears in Treehouse segments as a straightforwardly villainous figure, a monster, a dictator, a figure of unchecked power who destroys and enslaves without consequence. The horror framing removes the ambiguity that the regular show maintains around Burns's character. In the Halloween episodes, you are simply allowed to see what he is. The fragility of identity. Multiple Treehouse segments explore what happens when the self is invaded, replaced, or copied alien body snatchers, demonic possession, duplicate family members. The horror premise is the same as the Tamzarian episode's dramatic premise. The person you know might not be who they appear to be, and the community might choose the copy over the original. The reset as nightmare. Several Treehouse episodes explore scenarios in which characters are trapped in loops, repeating the same events, unable to escape a cycle that the narrative structure imposes on them. In the regular show, the loop is a narrative convention. In the Treehouse segments, it is a horror premise. The same structure that makes the main show comfortable, nothing ever permanently changes. The reset comes, everyone is fine. Next episode is reframed in the horror context as an inescapable trap, the intelligence that cannot be expressed. Several Treehouse segments explore characters who have knowledge or perception that they cannot communicate, who can see the threat that nobody else can see, who understand what is happening and are unable to make others understand. This is the same situation that Maggie is in within the regular show's continuity, but the horror framing makes the anguish of that position explicit rather than implicit. The Treehouse episodes are the show's unconscious speaking directly. They are what happens when the regular show's mechanisms for containing its own darkness, the reset, the comedy frame, the cartoon logic excuse are removed, and the writers work in a space where they can say plainly what the regular episodes have been saying obliquely. The town is full of monsters. The person in the position of authority wants to destroy you. The loop cannot be broken. The one who knows cannot make anyone listen. In October, Springfield is allowed to be what it is the rest of the year. In October, the show does not have to pretend that everything is fine. and the audience watches the Treehouse episodes as horror, with appropriate engagement and appropriate distance, and then watches the November episodes as comedy, and accepts the transition from horror to comedy as natural because the show has trained them to accept it. Because the framing determines the response rather than the content, because Springfield in October and Springfield in November are depicting the same reality, and the audience's experience of them is entirely determined by which frame the show chooses to use. The horror is always there. The Treehouse episodes just stop pretending it is not. Section 21. The Mathematics of Springfield. When the numbers stop adding up, there is a category of detail in The Simpsons that critics sometimes call the show's internal logic failures, moments when the numbers do not work, when a fact established in one episode contradicts a fact established in another, when the math of Springfield's physical and social reality produces results that are impossible. The standard explanation is that long-running shows cannot maintain perfect internal consistency across hundreds of episodes written by different writers in different rooms in different years. The continuity errors are the ordinary consequence of producing at industrial scale over decades. But some of these mathematical impossibilities are too consistent, too specific, and too structurally important to explain as simple errors. Springfield's population, for instance, is established at various points as somewhere between 30,000 and several hundred thousand people, depending on which episode you are looking at. The town has simultaneously been depicted as a small community where everyone knows everyone, and as a large enough urban center to support major league sports teams, a functioning university, and the kind of cultural infrastructure you would associate with a city of considerable size. It cannot be both. The math does not work. Unless Springfield's perceived size is, like its geography, something that changes to serve the needs of the story being told in each individual episode, unless what the show is depicting is not a consistent spatial reality but a felt reality, the town feels intimate when the story requires intimacy, and feels large when the story requires scale. The container expands and contracts to hold what needs to be in it. This is consistent with the coma theory's reading of Springfield as a dream space. Dreams expand and contract. A dream house can be a one-room dwelling in one moment and an endless labyrinth in the next, and the dreamer does not notice the inconsistency because dream logic is emotional rather than physical. Springfield's inconsistent size is what you would expect from a space that exists inside a mind rather than in physical geography. The economic mathematics are similarly impossible. Homer's income, based on what the show tells us about his job and his salary, is inconsistent with the lifestyle the Simpson family maintains in various episodes. In some episodes, they are depicted as genuinely struggling financially, unable to make rent, borrowing money, facing genuine hardship. In others, they appear to have access to resources that Homer's stated salary would not plausibly support. This inconsistency is usually explained as the show simply not tracking its economics carefully from episode to episode. But consider it under the Grandpa Burns deal framework. Burns guaranteed Homer's employment unconditionally. Did that guarantee include income stability? If Homer's salary is protected by a deal with the richest man in town, does that protection extend to ensuring that Homer always has enough money to maintain the status quo that Burns needs him to maintain? A Burns who is sophisticated enough to have struck the original deal and old enough to have been managing the arrangement for decades might also be sophisticated enough to ensure that Homer is never so financially desperate that he would be forced to seek employment elsewhere. Financial desperation is a motivation to leave. Burns cannot afford for Homer to have sufficient motivation to leave. The economic inconsistency might be the show depicting, without naming it, the fact that Homer's financial situation is managed from above, adjusted as needed to keep him comfortable enough not to leave but uncomfortable enough not to feel secure. The age mathematics of various Springfield characters are also consistently impossible. Characters who should be of a specific age given their established backstory are clearly depicted as different ages when the story requires it. Characters who were depicted as approximately the same age in early seasons are later depicted as having significantly different age gaps. The timeline of when specific characters arrived in Springfield, of how long specific institutions have existed, of when specific events in the show's backstory happened, all of it is internally inconsistent in ways that go beyond normal continuity error. The floating timeline is the official explanation. But the floating timeline should produce characters whose ages are uncertain, whose backstories shift forward in time while their present moment ages remain constant. What it should not produce is characters whose ages contradict each other at a single moment in the show's timeline. The internal inconsistencies are not just the past sliding forward. They are the present refusing to cohere. Under the coma theory, this is exactly what you would expect. A dreaming brain does not maintain a consistent spreadsheet of character ages and relative timelines. It has feelings about the people in the dream. Homer feels that Ned is older than Bart. Homer feels that certain characters have been in Springfield longer than others. Those feelings produce rough age ordering without precise numerical consistency. The exact numbers do not matter to the dreaming mind, because exact numbers are not how the dreaming mind processes relationships and social positioning. The mathematics of Springfield fail because Springfield does not run on mathematics. It runs on emotional logic, on feeling and relationship, and the particular distortions that whatever is generating Springfield radiation, dream, collective denial, deliberate management introduces into the normal operations of physical and social reality. The numbers do not add up. They were never supposed to add up. Adding up was never the system's requirement. Section 22. The Great Unsaid Everything. The Simpsons has been refusing to resolve for 3 decades. There is a different kind of mystery from the ones we have been exploring. Not the mystery of who shot Burns, which has an official answer of contested validity. Not the mystery of where Springfield is, which is deliberately unresolvable. Not the mystery of why nobody ages, which the floating timeline officially explains while the theories offer darker readings. The mystery of what the show is afraid to say, because there is something The Simpsons has been approaching, circling, gesturing at across 36 seasons without ever quite landing on. Something that the individual theories point toward and that the accumulation of all of them together makes visible, even though the show has never named it directly. The show knows what it is. Every episode where Lisa tries to improve something and gets crushed by the weight of a system that does not want to be improved. Every episode where Homer's damage is revealed to have systematic causes rather than individual ones. Every episode where Burns's impunity is demonstrated against the backdrop of the impotence of every institutional mechanism that should check it. Every episode where the collective denial mechanism absorbs another impossible truth and the town resets. The show knows what Springfield is. It has been showing you what Springfield is for 36 years. It has been constructing, episode by episode, in the background of a comedy about a yellow family with 4 fingers, a portrait of institutional failure so comprehensive and so accurate that the academic literature on regulatory capture and economic coercion and environmental racism could use it as a primary source. But the show has never said it directly. It has never had a character turn to the camera and name the system, name what Burns has built, name what the contamination is doing and has been doing and will keep doing. It has never committed to a resolution in which the closed system is opened. The accountability that has been deferred for a century finally arrives. The people who have been damaged are acknowledged as having been damaged. Because saying it directly would end the show. Naming the system explicitly would require either resolving it, which the floating timeline structure cannot accommodate, or committing to depicting it as permanent and unresolvable, which the comedy frame cannot sustain. The show exists in the space between those two options. It shows you everything while saying nothing. It depicts the system with precision while declining to comment on it. It makes you feel the weight of Springfield without ever quite putting language to what that weight is made of. And in that gap between what the show depicts and what it is willing to say in that space of careful, sustained, 36-year-long avoidance, something is implied that is more unsettling than anything the theories can articulate. The show is telling you that the system it depicts is real, that it recognizes the system it depicts as real, that the system is real enough and familiar enough and present enough in the actual world outside the screen that the show cannot bring itself to say what it is, because saying what it is would mean saying something about the world that the show is not positioned to say and the audience is not prepared to hear. Springfield is a cartoon. The cooling towers are painted, the radiation is fictional, Burns is not real, but the mechanisms are real. The institutional capture is real. The economic coercion is real. The collective denial is real. The environmental contamination of communities that lack the political power to resist it is real. The cognitive damage that chronic environmental exposure produces in populations living near industrial facilities is real and documented and ongoing in places that do not have funny names and yellow-skinned residents to make the depictions safe to consume as entertainment. The Simpsons is the most thorough and consistent documentation of these mechanisms in the history of American popular culture. It has been documenting them for 36 years, in prime time, watched by hundreds of millions of people, camouflaged as a family comedy. And it has never once said what it is documenting. That is the great unsaid. Not a theory, not a mystery with a solution. Just the show, doing what it has always done, pointing at something real and enormous and then looking away before the audience can follow the finger to its conclusion. We can follow it. We have been following it for 4 hours. The conclusion is that Springfield is not a cartoon. Springfield is a map. Section 23. The grief at the center of the show. What Burns took from Homer that Homer never got back. Everything in this video has been, in some degree, about Homer Simpson. The radiation theory is about his body and his mind. The coma theory is about his consciousness and his family. The Mona Simpson arc is about his childhood and what was stolen from it. The Burns deal is about the shape of his adult life and the forces that formed it. The floating timeline is about the way the show has frozen him in place. But we have not stopped, directly and fully, to examine what all of these things mean together. What the complete picture of Homer's life looks like when you assemble every dark layer the show has placed around him. Homer Simpson is, by every reasonable external measure, a deeply damaged person living a deeply constrained life. His intelligence was impaired early both by a physical object lodged in his brain and by decades of exposure to environmental contamination that the show has established impairs neurological function. His mother was taken from him before he had the vocabulary to understand what he had lost. His father replaced the truth of that loss with a lie that shaped Homer's entire understanding of himself as someone who was the kind of person people leave. The emotional scar from that loss, the desperate need for approval, the terror of abandonment, the clinginess that Marge has navigated for 36 years was not Homer's nature. It was produced by a specific act of cruelty by a specific person for specific reasons. His employer is the man who committed that act of cruelty. Homer works for the man who took his mother and broke his family, and he has done so for his entire adult life. And the show has established that he cannot make this connection because the damage he sustained prevents him from making connections of that complexity and gravity. He was a job before he was an employee. Burns and Abe made a deal before Homer ever applied. His presence in Sector 7G was arranged rather than earned, which means Homer has been living inside someone else's plan for his life without knowing it. The story of his career, the promotions and firings and rehirings and disasters, has been playing out inside a container that was built before he arrived, and that was designed to keep him exactly where he is. The Treehouse episodes show you, in horror framing, what Homer's ordinary life looks like when the comedy frame is removed. Homer trapped in a loop he cannot escape. Homer unable to change his circumstances no matter what he does. Homer's body absorbing damage that would destroy anyone else. Recovering, absorbing more, recovering again, an engine of suffering with an inexhaustible capacity to continue. The comedy frame makes this sustainable. It makes the damage funny rather than devastating. Homer walks off the cliff and the audience laughs because Homer falls funny. Homer loses 5% of his brain function and laughs because he does not understand why he is laughing. Homer works his entire adult life for the man who took his mother, and the show scores it as slapstick rather than tragedy. And the comedy frame is not wrong, exactly. The Simpsons is a comedy. It has earned the comedy frame through thousands of genuinely funny moments built on Homer's particular energy and his specific approach to being alive in the world. Homer is funny. His damage is not fraudulent. But the comedy frame is also the mechanism through which the show has managed to keep this portrait of systematic human destruction in prime time for 36 years without the audience arriving at the conclusion that what they are watching is, at its root, deeply sad. Homer's love for his family is real. It is the most consistently genuine thing about him, the thing that survives every setback and every disaster and every reset. His devotion to Marge, however imperfectly expressed, is real. His love for his children, however frequently overwhelmed by his limitations, is real. The moments where the show allows Homer to simply be present with the people he loves without a disaster, without a joke, just Homer in a quiet moment with Marge or his kids, those are the moments where the show lets you see what all the damage has not been able to take from him. And those moments are devastating in a specific way, because what they show you is not a man defined by his damage. They show you a man who is still, underneath everything Burns and the radiation and the crayon and the lie about his mother did to him, capable of love and warmth and genuine connection. The thing at the center of Homer Simpson, the thing that has survived 36 years of cartoon punishment and real damage and systematic disabling of his capacity for clear perception, that thing is love. It is the core that all the dark theories orbit. Burns took from Homer the intelligence that would have let him understand what was done to him. Burns took the mother who would have given him the secure attachment that makes people capable of trusting themselves. Burns arranged the employment that kept Homer financially dependent and therefore captive. Burns poisoned the water that Homer drank every day of his childhood and his adult life. Burns did not take the love. That survived. And that survival, that persistence of genuine human connection in a person who has been systematically damaged from childhood by the forces the show depicts, is why the coma theory is emotionally accurate, even if it is not. Literally true. Homer's greatest wish, the thing his dreaming brain would build an entire universe around if given the chance, is exactly what the show has always been about. His family, intact, together, safe, present. Everything else, the adventures, the disasters, the guest appearances, the 342 violations, the floating timeline, the yellow skin, the cracked cooling towers, all of it is scaffolding around a man who wants, more than anything, what most of us want: to be with the people he loves, for things to be okay, for there to be enough warmth in the world to make the cold parts bearable. The Simpsons is a show about institutional failure, environmental contamination, economic coercion, collective denial, and the systematic destruction of human potential by concentrated power. It is also a show about a man who loves his family so much that even 36 years of brain damage and systematic manipulation and a coma that may or may not still be ongoing cannot make him stop. Both of those things are true at the same time, in the same episodes, in the same characters. The show holds them together without resolving the tension between them, because the tension is the point. Because the world is like that. Because real people living inside real systems of damage and constraint love each other anyway, protect each other anyway, find warmth inside the constraints anyway. Because the love and the damage coexist in real lives and always have. Homer is not a cartoon character. Homer is a map of something real. What it looks like to be a person who was systematically diminished by forces larger than yourself and who still, against all the evidence, shows up every day and tries. The show has never said this directly, it says it every week. That is why we cannot let them go. Not because the theories are fascinating, though they are. Not because the mysteries are unsolved, though they are. Because Homer comes home every evening to a house on Evergreen Terrace and the family is there, and the world is, for the length of one episode, held together by love powerful enough to survive everything Springfield has thrown at it. And we need to believe that is possible. We need to watch it happen, every week, in a town that does not appear on any map, to a family that does not age, in a loop that does not end. Because if it is possible there, in the worst contamination zone in the history of fiction, with the worst employer, with the most impossible circumstances, with the kind of accumulated damage that should have made genuine connection impossible long ago, then maybe it is possible here too. That is the final theory, the one that all the others lead to. Hope, persisting inside a closed system designed to extinguish it, not winning, not resolving, just persisting. And Homer, stumbling through the door at the end of another day, reaching for Marge, laughing at Bart, listening to Lisa's saxophone drift down the hall, holding Maggie Homer, making it home again, against all the odds, because that is what he does. That is what the show is about. That is why we are still here, 36 years later, watching. Thank you for spending 4 hours in Springfield. If something in here changed the way you see this show, leave it in the comments. And wherever you are, whatever time it is there, it was worth staying up for. Section 24. The Sounds of Springfield. How the show's music has been telling the story all along. There is a dimension of The Simpsons that rarely appears in theory discussions, because theories tend to operate in the realm of plot and character and visual detail. But the show's musical architecture has been doing something quietly extraordinary for 36 years, and once you hear it, you cannot unhear it. Alf Clausen composed the show's incidental music for its first 28 seasons, and what he built across that period is one of the most emotionally sophisticated musical environments in television history. Not the theme music, which Danny Elfman wrote and which is justifiably famous, but the underscore, the ambient music, the small pieces that play under scenes without calling attention to themselves. Clausen's approach was unusual for a comedy. The music did not merely support the jokes. It engaged with the emotional subtext of scenes in ways that often contradicted or complicated what was happening on the surface. A scene that was played as comedy would have music that acknowledged a sadness underneath it. A scene of Homer doing something obviously foolish would have music that treated the foolishness with a strange tenderness. The most famous example is the Bleeding Gums Murphy scenes. Murphy was Lisa's musical mentor, a jazz musician who appeared across multiple episodes before his death. The music in his scenes was genuinely jazz-inflected, genuinely melancholic, genuinely engaged with the artistic tradition Murphy represented. When Murphy died, the episode handled it with more musical seriousness than almost anything else in the show's early run. The music knew it was participating in something real. But the pattern extends far beyond Murphy. Listen to the music in Homer's quiet moments with his family, the moments where the comedy has paused and Homer is simply present, simply loving the people around him. The music in those scenes is not funny. It is tender in a way that operates at a different emotional register than comedy. It acknowledges what those moments mean without naming it. It says, this matters, even inside a show where nothing is supposed to matter permanently. The music in Burns' scenes operates differently. The show has a palette of musical cues associated with Burns that draw on operatic and classical traditions, the music of an older world, of power with pretensions to grandeur. The musical vocabulary around Burns is the vocabulary of someone who has been composing his own myth for over a century and has the resources to score it appropriately. The contrast between Burns' musical world and Homer's is one of the show's most consistent and least remarked on aesthetic choices. Burns inhabits music that was written for people who considered themselves historically significant. Homer inhabits music that was written for someone who just came home and found his family there, and that was enough. The music is telling you what the show knows about these characters, and is not always willing to say through dialogue. Burns' grandeur is a performance. Homer's simplicity is authentic. The music knows this even in episodes where the plot seems to be saying the opposite. There is a recurring motif in the Simpsons score that appears in moments of genuine family connection, a simple, almost childlike melodic fragment that shows up when the family is together and something real is happening between them. It is not triumphant. It is not sentimental in the manipulative sense. It is just warm, just present, just music that says, here is something worth having. That motif appears in the episode where Homer and Marge reconcile after a fight. It appears when Lisa plays her saxophone and Homer, for once, actually stops to listen. It appears when Bart does something that reveals the genuine affection under the defiance. It appears in quiet moments that the plot does not flag as significant, but that the music recognizes as the real heart of what the show is. Under the coma theory, the music takes on an additional dimension. If Homer is dreaming, the music is the dream's emotional memory, the residue of feelings that Homer's unconscious mind has retained, even as the specific content of memories has faded or distorted. The music remembers what the dream's narrative has moved past. It is Homer's emotional truth finding expression in the underscore when the surface-level story is doing something else. The Treehouse of Horror episodes have their own musical vocabulary, horror genre cues, dramatic orchestration, the full toolkit of genre scoring. And the contrast between that musical language and the main show's language is another version of the contrast between what the show acknowledges directly and what it says through implication. The horror music is allowed to be serious about dark things. The comedy music has to maintain plausible deniability. It can be sad, it can be tender, it can acknowledge weight, but it cannot be fully, confrontationally serious about how serious Springfield's darkness actually is. The music is the show's conscience. Not because it breaks from the comedy frame and declares the real meaning, it is too subtle for that. But because it consistently, persistently, across decades of episodes, treats the emotional reality of these characters with more seriousness than the surface-level comedy requires. It refuses to dismiss what is actually happening in these scenes, even when everything else about the episode's construction is pointing toward dismissal. That musical seriousness is one of the reasons The Simpsons generates the kind of emotional engagement that produces the theories we have been exploring. The audience feels that there is something real in the show, something worth taking seriously, something that has actual weight beneath the cartoon surface. And part of what produces that feeling is music that has been treating these people and their lives as genuinely important since 1989. The show has been scoring a tragedy in the key of comedy for 36 years. The music knew from the beginning what it was accompanying. And sometimes, in the quiet moments between the jokes, if you are listening to the underscore rather than the dialogue, you can hear it acknowledging what the rest of the show is not quite ready to say out loud. This is worth it. All of it. The love in this ridiculous, broken, impossible family, in this contaminated town with its three-eyed fish and its cracked cooling towers. This is worth the music being tender about. Even here. Especially here. 4 hours. 20-plus theories. One town that refuses to let us go. If you are still here, you are exactly the kind of person this was made for. Thank you. A note on sources and the nature of theory. Everything discussed in this video draws from canonical episodes of The Simpsons, things that happened on screen, things that were said in dialogue, things established through the show's own storytelling. The theories are not external impositions on the material. They are readings of what the show has placed in front of its audience across 36 seasons of storytelling. The Homer coma theory originated online and has been discussed, debated, and directly acknowledged by the show's producers. The radiation mutation theory follows from evidence the show presents in essentially every episode that depicts the plant, Blinky, or the physical characteristics of Springfield's residents. The Burns immortality analysis is grounded in specific episodes that establish his medical treatments, his disease equilibrium, and his historical references. The Who Shot Burns re-examination draws from the DVD commentary admissions, the contest results, and the show's own alternate endings. The Mona Simpson conspiracy traces a through line that the show has constructed across multiple seasons with more structural deliberateness than most of its character arcs. These theories exist because the show put the material there. The audience found it because the show was built in a way that rewards finding it. 36 years of that building and that finding is what 4 hours in Springfield is made of. Watch it again after this. You will see it differently. Everything you thought was just the art style is evidence. Everything you thought was a continuity error is a pattern. Everything you thought was a cartoon is something more. Springfield is waiting.